Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to day two of the Low Brass Festival. To start out, we'll have a masterclass by Emmy Rozanski. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm really happy to be here with you today at the International Low Brass Festival. Um, I'll just tell you a little bit about myself to start off with. I am primarily a trombone player. I went to the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee for my undergrad, where I got to study with Megumi Kanda, who's the principal trombonist of the Milwaukee Symphony. And then I went on to Arizona State, where I did a master's and a DMA, and I got to study with Ralph Sauer and Doug Yo there. And since then, I have been doing a lot of performing and teaching. And today, I want to talk to you about the growth mindset, which I think is really important for musicians, especially because we're in such a competitive field. So I'm going to share my screen with a little story. I guess I can't share it yet. Can we get that? Okay, there we go. All right, so we have growth mindset for musicians. And I'm going to start with this little story with these characters that I created. And we have growth mindset Gus and fixed mindset Frida. And so these are the things that growth mindset Gus is thinking. He's thinking, my effort and attitude determine my abilities. I like to try new things. I can learn to do anything I want. Failure is an opportunity. A challenge helps me grow. And then we have fixed mindset Frida. And these are the things that are going on in her head. Failure is the limit of my abilities. When I'm frustrated, I give up. I'm either good at it or I'm not. I don't like to be challenged. I stick with what I know. All right. And then both of them are going to take an audition. And right before the audition, Gus thinks, I'm nervous, but whatever happens, I'll be able to learn and grow from this experience. And Frida thinks, this audition will be the test of my musical talent. Right, so both of them are kind of nervous, but they have different ideas going on in their head. And then after the audition, Gus thinks, I didn't play my best, but I know what I can work on to do better next time. And Frida thinks, I really messed up. I guess I don't have what it takes. All right, so let's see if this works to have some participation. So based on this story, I would love for you to write in your thoughts on what a growth mindset means. What does it mean to have a growth mindset? And what does it mean to have a fixed mindset? So let's just take a minute. And if no one chimes in with anything on this, then we'll just continue on. But I am really curious to hear your thoughts on what it means to have a growth mindset and what it means to have a fixed mindset.
So I think I would say a growth mindset is when you're willing to improve and take failures as a lesson on what to improve rather than taking it as getting demotivated, while a fixed mindset is something that's going to drag you down eventually in the future as you get demotivated by successive failures. And, like you said, when you fail, instead of thinking, this is what I can improve on, If you just think, oh, I messed up, I can't do it anymore, that's more of a fixed mindset, and you want a growth mindset.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So, right. So if you have a fixed mindset, you're going to think your abilities are fixed, right? And if you have a growth mindset, a mistake, it's not the end of the world. It's because it's not how you're going to be all the time. It doesn't mean you can't get better. So here's the definition. And I want to say that the term growth mindset was coined by Carol Dweck, who wrote this book, Mindset, which you'll see at the end of the presentation, The New Psychology of Success. And she's a professor at Stanford. And I really recommend that book. But so growth mindset, the belief that basic human talents and abilities, such as intelligence, character, creativity, artistic talent, sports ability, etc., can be improved and grown with hard work and practice. So I see this a lot in music both ways with a fixed mindset. So not only in the way of like someone not feeling like they did their best and thinking that that's the limit of their abilities, but also people saying to other people, like people will say to me after they hear me play, like, you're so talented. And so that right there, that emphasis on talent rather than on like the practice and the hard work that is necessary to master an instrument, that's kind of a fixed mindset thought. And then the fixed mindset, the idea that traits and abilities such as intelligence, character, creativity, all the things are fixed characteristics that don't significantly change with effort, right? So a lot of times we know that certain things could certainly get better with effort, right? Like if we learn to drive a car, we don't expect to be perfect the first time, and we are pretty sure that we can learn to do it. But some things like intelligence, for example, a lot of times that gets put out there as like a number, right? Like we have this IQ number or something that may not be able to change. And but science backs up that all of these things can change and can get better. So I want to tell a little story about myself. So I learned about the growth mindset as a teacher. I was working for an organization and we had professional development, and someone gave us a presentation about growth mindset. And it was really profound for me because I had a lot of these thoughts. Like growing up, I would get really nervous for auditions, and most of the time I wouldn't play my best. And I started to have these thoughts that like, well, if I can't play my best in an audition, then I don't have what it takes, and maybe I should just quit music. But I was stubborn, so I kept going, I kept persisting, but I still had like this little voice in my head saying like, well, maybe you don't have what it takes. And when I learned about the growth mindset, it was a big relief to me to think, well, I can get better. It doesn't mean that I just am never going to play my best in an audition. There's ways that I can get better at that. And if it doesn't happen this time, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen next time. So I'm hoping that might help some of you as well, because I know that performances and auditions are stressful, and that's an easy time to kind of tell ourselves things about ourselves that become part of our story that we take with us. So here's a little bit more growth mindset and fixed mindset language. So just like we've been talking about, feedback is constructive, right? As long as it's done in a constructive way, it's great to hear what you can do better. I'm inspired by the success of others. That can be a hard one, right, in our field, because on social media we see like, oh, I won this position and I got into this school and this and that, and then we could feel less about ourselves. But if we have this growth mindset, it can help us feel inspired by others to think like, well, if this person can do it, there's no reason that I can't do it. And then with the fixed mindset, things like my potential is predetermined, right? There's not an opportunity to get better. Failure is the limit of my abilities. All right, so we have another little spot. Let's see if anyone wants to write anything about a time when you or someone you observed had a growth or fixed mindset. Let's just take a second if you want to think about a time. And I'll talk about, while we're waiting, I'll talk about a time with me. So I already said how I realized that I had sort of this fixed mindset around like auditions and performing. But then I realized that I had a really good growth mindset for teaching, because, you know, I'd plan all these things that I was going to do, and sometimes they wouldn't work at all. Like, you can't predict what kids are going to do. And sometimes they weren't like the activities that I like planned so hard. But after that, I wouldn't feel upset. I just feel like, okay, like this part worked, but this part didn't work. And how can I modify it? How can I make that a little bit better, a little bit different next time? So that was an example where I realized I actually did have a growth mindset.
Can I add my example?
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. So can I add my example?
Of course, thank you.
So one time when I was auditioning for a spot, right, doing singing auditions, I got second to someone who was younger than me, right? I thought they're, just more talented than me, and
Yeah.
I didn't really understand that, like, how much practice they put in, right? And like how much effort they went through to review the pieces that we were going through, right? And then I think I had like a fixed mindset and just like thought that there's no way to do it. And like eventually I understood, right? And changed to growth mindset, understanding that like I just need to practice more.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So now do you feel a lot better about that situation?
Yeah, but like she's still better than me.
Okay. Okay, so also this isn't just like feel good talk, because science backs up the growth mindset. When you push yourself to learn something new or work through challenges, neurons in your brain form new and stronger connections. Over time, this makes you smarter. So you're actually making these new connections in your brain when you push through something that's difficult or you learn something new. So this is a picture of the neurons, and then the little light things are the neurotransmitters. So they jump from neuron to neuron, and they're like little messengers. So they're telling your brain like, oh, we have this new information, so we're going to make a new pathway, or we're going to like make this other pathway stronger. All right. So if you are thinking in a growth mindset way, you're going to create those growth mindset pathways, and it's going to be easier and easier for you to continue thinking in that way. So here's just a picture of a strong pathway and a weaker pathway. So say you wanted to strengthen that weaker pathway, you just have to keep on doing or thinking in that way that you want to strengthen, and it's going to become bigger than the other one, unless if you don't like the other one. And then so on the right, you can see that the brain is lit up red. So this was a study where they looked up at people who were processing errors, processing mistakes. And they found that the people with a growth mindset, so the red is showing that they're processing the mistake. So you can see that the growth mindset people were really like processing it fully and learning from it and understanding it. And the people with a fixed mindset were not so much. They were maybe just seeing that there was a mistake, but not really learning from that mistake. All right, so I want to emphasize that as musicians, we do a lot of hard things, right? We're always putting ourselves out there. We have to be brave, right? We perform in front of people. We play auditions. We have to be vulnerable for that. So as a musician, you won't always play your best and you'll make lots of mistakes, right? Even the best players in the world make mistakes. And if we can view those mistakes as an opportunity to get better instead of the limits of our abilities, then we're going to be a lot happier and we're going to get a lot better. Yes, you'll be frustrated with an audition, a performance, or even a practice session. I don't think there's any musician out there who hasn't been. And maybe you won't be accepted to an ensemble you want to join. Maybe you'll be disappointed by a chair placement. But we can move on from these in a healthy way. And the growth mindset is a good tool for that, right? So yes, growth mindset is a tool that we can use to move forward from disappointment in a good way. So how can we do that? How can we use the growth mindset to move forward? So just like we've talked about knowing what it is, knowing that it's real, right? That there's science behind this. And knowing how we can talk to ourselves in a kind way that is promoting the growth mindset, right? So if we use language that is growth mindset language, like the word yet, right? Like, I haven't mastered this piece yet. Not like, I'm never going to master this piece, right? It's just too hard, right? So if we know about the growth mindset, we know what kind of language to use, and we know that we actually can build these new pathways that can help a lot. And then be careful how you're talking to yourself, because you're listening, right? So you might not even be aware that you're thinking in a fixed mindset way. It could be a habit, but your brain is aware. Your brain is aware all the time of the information that it's getting. Your body is aware. So try to be aware. Listen to what you're saying to yourself. Be careful. Make sure that you're using the growth mindset language as much as you can and being kind to yourself. So try not to judge yourself. If a disappointment happens, don't put labels on yourself, like this is how I am, or this is who I am. It was one moment in time, right? So it does not mean that that's who you are forever, or that's how you play forever. Think about how you can learn from the situation. So what could you do differently next time? So maybe you realized that you need to take some time besides just practicing your instrument to work on like calming techniques, meditation, or other things that can calm you. praise effort, strategies, and perseverance instead of talent and intelligence. So I think about this a lot with my students, and I try to never tell them things like, you're so talented. I try to say like, wow, like I'm really proud of the hard work. And now you sound so good at this because you have been practicing and you have been putting in this work. And then use the word yet, right? Like, I'm not able to hit this high note yet, but with consistent practice, I'll get there. You can use the word yet all the time. It's fun. All right, so then here's some more growth mindset versus fixed mindset language. Some examples. So fixed mindset, I tried skateboarding, but I'm just no good. Right? Have you ever done that? Have you ever tried something new and you weren't good at it right away, and then you just decided it wasn't for you? And sometimes that's fine. Maybe you don't enjoy it, but if it's something you want to do, I definitely believe you can get better at it. So with growth mindset, you could say, I tried skateboarding, but I haven't practiced enough to be good yet. Okay. Or I have no musical talent. People say this to me all the time. And you could say instead, it doesn't seem like I'm naturally good at music, but maybe I need to try learning in a different way or practice more consistently, right? Because people learn in different ways, and people are kind of naturally take to different ways of learning. So maybe you just haven't found the right way for you yet. Or I'll never be a good runner. You could say running has been difficult so far. Okay, so you don't have to put these forever kind of labels on yourself. And then here's another one where I haven't filled in the other side yet. So this is just, we can think about it for a second. So how about, this is just too hard. So what could you say instead? You could say, this is going to take some time and effort. And then it's up to you to decide, is it worth taking time and effort? And if it is, then great, you can do that. And if it's not, that's okay too. All right. I'm awesome at this. Okay. So this is the other side. If you are just sure that you're great at something and you don't feel like you have anything else to learn on it, that can also like really send you into a tailspin if something happens to show you that you're maybe not as great as you thought you were. Then you don't have the tools to improve on it. So you could say to yourself, I seem to be on the right track. Okay. That is more of a growth kind of continuous statement rather than an absolute, like I am great at this. And another one, I'm so stupid, right? That makes me so sad when people say that if they don't understand something right away. So you could say to yourself this, what am I missing? Can I use a different strategy? Okay, because I don't think anyone is stupid. It's just maybe they don't understand right away. It's not clicking with them. All right. So does anyone have any questions before we continue on with a few more of these? Are we getting any questions? No. All right, if not, we can do.
Yeah, so we have a question here that basically just says that, so basically this person always wants to get into the growth mindset, but remember, it's just so hard to do so when there's so many things going wrong.
Okay.
So what would be
Yeah.
a good strategy for that?
Yeah, so I definitely sympathize with that. And for me too, it hasn't been the kind of thing where I can just like snap my fingers and now I'm in a growth mindset. I think it's something that you can improve on gradually. I think I have a slide at the end of this that says, have a growth mindset about having a growth mindset. So if it doesn't happen for you completely right away, that's fine. I think just don't don't tell yourself I'll never have a growth mindset, right? Because just tell yourself this is something that I'm working on. And every time if something goes wrong, try to think to yourself, what can I do? What would help me next time? Or what can I learn from this situation? And try to really kind of reinforce those thoughts. Remember that this doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to do something forever, that it's going to keep on going wrong forever. Just take little steps, right? It doesn't have to be a big thing. Maybe in your next performance, you got like 2 more notes right than in your previous performance. And that's progress. So I think just being kind to yourself about it and continuing to try to reinforce those pathways that are healthy thinking will help. So I hope that helps. And you can let me know if you have any follow-up questions from that. But so if we say I'm not as smart as my classmates, so what could we, oh wait, do I have it? Yeah, so I don't think I wrote these in. I think this was supposed to be an interactive one, but yeah, so we could say something like, I'm not understanding this part yet, right? Instead of I'm not as smart as my classmates, or I'm smarter than all my classmates, right? So that's the other side again. And then say something happens where something comes up that you're not catching on to as fast, then that can really be a time when someone puts labels on themselves, because all this time they thought they were smarter than everybody else. And then they're like, oh no, I'm not as smart anymore. Where if you were thinking more in a continual growth way, this is just like, okay, this is something I need to work on. Okay. Or my mistakes prove that I'm not a good player. So do they, or do they show that just like everybody else, you still can improve, right? And everybody is going to be improving. That's kind of the fun of a musical instrument. You're going to be improving for forever. It's not easy enough to just be like, now I've got it. Okay. So let's try doing this scenario. So this is something for participation. So Jacob is a senior in high school and wants to be a music major at a prestigious conservatory or college. I guess I have a typo there. It says or college. He only applies to one school because it is his dream school. Even though he knows the school is very competitive, Jacob is confident of being accepted. All right, so here's somebody who's very confident. He is continually being praised by teachers and other students for his musical talent. Has always been first chair in his school orchestra and won the concerto competition this year. However, after his audition, Jacob receives a rejection letter from the college. So how can we help Jacob move forward with the growth mindset after this happens to him? He was always very successful. He was sure he was going to be accepted, but then he wasn't. So what could he do? And if you want to say like, what are some fixed mindset thoughts that Jacob might have after this? Feel free to do that too. So let's just take a second to think about, how would Jacob think about this in a fixed mindset way? And how would he think about it in a growth mindset way? How could he kind of move forward from this? So what can he do to learn from the situation? How can he continue to move towards his goals? So after he didn't get into that school, how could he continue to move towards his goals anyway? And how can he prepare himself to be more successful next time?
So the first response here for the first question is that he can learn that there is room to grow.
Yeah, that, even though he had been really successful, there's other people that were also really successful in their areas, and that he still has room to grow. So yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and the second, for the second question, the response here is he can continue practicing and finding other opportunities to improve.
Right. Yeah. So just because he didn't get into this school doesn't mean that he can't keep finding opportunities for himself to get better. And then the following year, he can try to audition for maybe that school again and some other schools. So if he was to continue with the fixed mindset, some things he might think, he probably wouldn't take any responsibility. He might think like, well, the school, they don't like me, or yeah, they just, it was their fault that they didn't pick me for some reason. And rather than thinking about what he could learn from it, and then continuing to find out like what he could do to get better. So one thing he might do, if he really wants to go to that school, he could take some lessons from the teacher there, which I think is very beneficial for anyone who's wanting to go to a certain college, to get to know the teacher there and find out if it's a good fit for both of you. If you like the teacher, and also, if the teacher likes you, they'll be way more likely to accept you than if they don't know you at all. So that would be something else that Jacob could do to improve his chances for the next time. Do we have any other responses on it?
So are people saying that like overconfidence is always a trap?
Okay. Yeah, so it can be just as much of a trap as like underconfidence, right? As fixed mindset where you're telling yourself you're bad. If you're also in a fixed mindset of telling yourself you're amazing, that's just as much of a trap. It's that fixedness of it rather than having a model of moving forward and improvement that can be really difficult.
I think like maybe through not getting accepted, it's just that this group may not have been just like suitable for him.
Yeah. So you could tell yourself, don't take it personally, right? Because It might just be that this wasn't the right situation, even though he thought it was the right situation. Okay. So yeah, so with any of these things, what can I do to keep moving towards my goal? Ask yourself that. Right. So one opportunity didn't work, but what can you do to keep moving towards your goal? What can I learn from this situation? So is there anything you can take away to do better next time? How can I prepare myself to be more successful next time? Right. So maybe it's being better at your instrument, but it could also be getting in a better mindset, like learning how to control your nerves, things like that, can also be things that to set you up better for next time. And if you had a fixed mindset, I guess I'm not as good as I thought I was, right? My work just doesn't stand out. I've blown my chances to get a good job, something like that. Are things that you tell yourself that are harmful and like definite, right? Because of course you haven't blown your chances to get a good job. One job didn't work out. Right? And I think, let's see. Yeah. So here's what I was talking about. Remember to keep a growth mindset about learning the growth mindset. So I think this is really important to be kind to yourself. If you have a performance and you're really working on having the growth mindset, but yet your performance still doesn't go great, it's not time to give up and like say the growth mindset doesn't work for me, because it's a gradual process. Maybe it will click for you and you'll be like, oh wow, now things are different, but it might be a gradual process because you've already made these pathways of fixed mindset, or something resembling fixed mindset. It might not be black and white. Like I said, you might have a growth mindset in some areas, a fixed mindset in other areas, but there's these habits, and if you have these habits, it's probably not going to just snap go away. So, but if you can kind of give less attention, if you find yourself having a fixed mindset thought, just try not to give it attention. Just let it float away like a cloud, and continue to put in those growth mindset language. So that is all I have. I hope that that this has been helpful. Like it was helpful for me. I felt that like sense of relief that this doesn't mean that I'm going to be this way all the time. I can get better at doing auditions. I can get better at anything that I want to. So does anyone have any final questions? It can be about the growth mindset, or it can be about anything else that you may be interested in asking me.
So here's the question right here. Is growth mindset always a good thing?
Yeah, I think that it's always a good thing. I could be wrong, but I can't think of a situation where it would be harmful, because you're having the thoughts that you can get better at something, and that's true. There is a limit, right? Like, okay, not everybody is going to be like an NBA basketball player, right? That takes kind of a certain body type and So I guess I would say yes, there's a limit, although there was a 5'3" NBA basketball player, Muggsy Bogues. So you can do a lot with believing in yourself and the growth mindset. But yeah, there might be something that is just not going to happen for you. But in general, you can always get better at things. And if you're not happy with where you are right now, then there are ways that you can improve on it.
I have a question. How can we take growth mindset and apply it to our daily practice sessions?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I think, well, one thing that I really like is to have a goal, like an attainable goal for my practice sessions. So like, I'm going to get these 2 measures sped up by 5 metronome clicks, and I'm going to be playing them well. So to me, that's like an attainable goal that I'm definitely going to do, rather than sort of going into the practice session and being like, well, let me play through this piece and see how it goes. And then if it doesn't go well, telling myself, oh, wow, like I'm not a good player, I'm not ready for my recital, and letting all these like anxious thoughts come in. I think, yeah, setting like specific attainable goals, and then you see, yeah, I got better at this, I did this. So focus on getting better slowly and noticing that you're getting better, rather than all of the things that you wish you could already do.
And a follow-up question. How do you think you can take growth mindset and use it to be more like your role models?
Yeah, well, I have a question for you. Have you seen that your role models have the growth mindset?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so you could maybe if you get into a difficult situation, you could kind of channel your role model and think like, okay, how would this person react to this? What would they do if this happened to them? What kind of emotions, what would they use to move forward? Yeah, I've done that at times, definitely with my role models, like thinking that, yeah, my role model would be really positive about this situation. So let me see if I can like bring some of that to me, channel, and see what they would do. So yeah, I think if you have positive role models, you can think about how they would, and maybe they've told you stories about how they move forward from challenges, and you can use that for your inspiration too.
So another question here that someone asked is, what's the most inspiring real life story that you've heard about growth mindset?
Think for a second. Well, I mentioned that I had that Megumi Kondo is one of my teachers, and I think she has a really good mindset. And one story that she told me was about what she had an allergic reaction like a couple of days before a performance, and she couldn't play at all. Like her lips were swollen, and she just like thought about how she wanted to play the piece, visualized things, played it on the piano, and it turned out that she was able to play it really well in the performance. So I think that's an example of like, you know, she could have just been like freaking out, right? But she kept calm, thought about how she wanted it to sound, and then it worked out. And I can't remember all the stories, but let's see, if you go to the book, and let me pull it up. I think yeah. So the book is called Mindset, The New Psychology of Success. And it's by Carol S. Dweck. Her name is spelled Carols, and then Dweck, Dweck. I know that I can't remember them all right now, but I know that she had a lot of like really kind of amazing, inspiring examples in there, like some sports ones where someone, I think there was a runner who was like finishing last, and I don't remember exactly what they did, but then they ended up going to the Olympics, I think. So there's a lot of really inspiring stories in the book. Right. Anything else that anyone's curious about?
Yeah, so it looks like we have time for one more question. Here.
Lester, can I add a question?
Oh yeah.
So how can one recognize like when they're using growth mindset relative to when they're using fixed mindset, and like how do you know like how much growth mindset you're using and how much more you should use to achieve your goals?
I think checking in with your feelings could be a good way to do that. So if you're feeling discouraged or like you'll never be able to do something, then you're probably using the fixed mindset. If you're feeling inspired and excited to keep getting better, then I would say you're definitely using the growth mindset. So if you're not feeling, if you're feeling down, I would say that you may be using more of a fixed mindset, and just like looking at all those examples of like the kind of language you would use, that can give you a hint. So if you find yourself using kind of like definite language, like I'm terrible, I'm stupid, I'll never do this, or the other way, like, oh wow, I'm amazing at this, I have so much talent, things like that. If you check in with yourself and you find that you're kind of using this absolute kind of language or having those thoughts, then that is fixed. But if you're thinking about improvement, you're using the word yet. You're telling yourself, okay, I'm on the right track if it's going well, or if it's not going well, maybe I need to figure out a different way to come at this. Then that's a growth mindset. A growth mindset is not it's not absolute, right? It keeps growing and evolving. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so that's all we have time for today. Thank you for joining. And
Thank you for having me.
so feel free to sign off. And yeah, so everyone, our next event will be the Slokar Quartet at the top of the hour. And for now, we'll have a word from our sponsors, and we will begin at the top of the hour. And there will also be a Q&A session from the Slokar Quartet at around 10:30 U.S. Pacific time.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program. Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
Não me widzisz.
Hello? Hello? Hello, Ben. Do you see me? Beitreten. Session. Oh, Scheiße, verlassen. What is jetzt? What is happened?
Okay. That was a Slokar
Hello?
Quartet.
Hello?
Hello. That was a
I-
Slokar Quartet. And now they'll be doing a Q&A about their performance.
Zoom. Yeah, I don't see something.
Branimir, it's good. It's good.
Can I speak? But you don't see me.
Yes.
Can
yes.
Okay, I begin. Voilà, my name is Branimir Slokar. I began with this quartet 1973. I was teacher in Bern High School and solist in orchestra, and I began with some friends from orchestra, and then I began to make to have students, and I made my quartet always with my students. And now 50 years. 50 years I play with this quartet in all the world, and now the last it's always something changing. Somebody married, somebody is ill, somebody now voila will not marry, and so now the last Freund from quartet, the new Freund, Krasimir Stefanov and Ben Green. That's our, I think, really 50 years ago. 50 years ago is really enough time to know the peoples, etc., etc., etc. I'm very happy now, and I think if we go on, so we can make 10 years more. Okay, and now Krasi and Ben, please tell something.
Yes, I will introduce myself. My name is Ben Green. I'm also the new bass trombone player from Quartet now. I play in Bern Symphony Orchestra, just like my colleague Vasil. So yeah, that's me. I'm Ben Green. I'm the bass trombone player in the quartet.
And Krasi.
And hello, my name is Krasimir Stefanov. I was playing actually before a couple of times in the quartet just to help, but now I have I'm very happy to be part of the quartet permanently, and it's really very much fun and very much experience to play with these amazing guys, Ben, Vasco, and Branimir. And we have really fun, and we are doing for just to improve ourselves as musicians, because the chamber music, I think it's the best way to communicate a musician in the all different ways in the music. So I'm very happy, and I hope, guys, that was really nice to hear from our quartet, our performance. So if you have a question, we'll answer the question. Really, no problem.
So
Thank you.
the first question the audience asked is, how long have each of you been playing?
I
Krasi? didn't understood really. Please, for me, you must speak really slowly. Branimir, die Frage ist, wie lange spielen wir? Ich weiß nicht, ob das selber ist oder als Quartett.
Yeah. Yeah, I said 50 years. This quartet exists 50 years. And now is we began for last 10 years our career.
Yes, and
Because we are very happy to play together, and how Krasimir say, chamber music for trombone, that's the best what can happen with a trombone player, trombone solo, etc., etc. Very nice, very good. But for trombone alto, trombone tenor, trombone bass, that's nothing is nicer than four trombones for me. Voila. And that's really, really big pleasure to practice together and, of course, to play concert together.
So the next question here is, why did you choose these pieces to play?
Ben, maybe you can explain.
No, I can say something. This was choice from Ben, because Ben is since 1 year in quartet, and he said, Branimir, we must play something. It was not so often in YouTube or in your concerts, and so practical decide Ben über this program. That's right.
Yes.
Yes, there's a lot of videos of Slokar Quartet in YouTube and all over on the internet, but these pieces are not yet recorded and easy to see in YouTube. So make a good version of these pieces that are not so available. So we're happy to make these pieces for Low Brass Festival.
The next question is, how did the Slokar Quartet form?
Was war das? Frage, Ben.
Die Gründung des Quartetts. Wie hat es angefangen?
The Gründung, because I finished my studies in Paris 1970, and I began to play in orchestra in Bern and to teach in high school from Bern, and I wanted really to be solist. But like solist with trombone, we don't have enough literature that's clear. That's very difficult. So I began to play with piano, with organ, with harp, with orchestra. And I began with my quartet. That was 1973. I began with my quartet. So I had enough to play, because I think one solist must play so often wie möglich, as possible, so often as possible, not only 2 or 3 times in the year, because that's not enough. So I played, and I played with quartet very, very, very much, and in all the world, of course.
The next question we have here is, how long did this take to prepare?
Ben, what is the question?
Wie lange haben wir gebraucht, das Video vorzubereiten?
Oh, we don't had so much time, because we made first our concert 70th of November last year, and then it come this question from Low Brass in my email, and I said to my new friends, boys, we have something to do. That's we must show us. We must make something for to everybody must see what we do, and so we prepared perhaps 2 months, something like that. And of course, some concert between.
The next question, the next question here is, how did you first meet every person in the quartet?
How I meet first, I said you from begin. First 1 year, 73 to 74, was my friends from orchestra in Bern, and then always my best students. I always choose my students. He was almost finished, and they was also listed in different orchestras in all Europe. And sometimes I say, voila, now I need you. So I need you, Vasco, please, you play now. And so I choose only between my students, because that is the same school. And for me, it was always important. It is same school. We don't have so much to practice to play in the same style. And now with Ben Green, he's not my students, but he's so big talent. He understands immediately what we want. That's nice.
Yeah, Ben Green is not your student. Can you hear me? But Ben Green is my colleague from Bern Symphony Orchestra, and he lives also in Ostermundigen. That's the reason.
That's right.
So next question here is, do you have any tips for any like younger student quartets in terms of like working together as a quartet? Do you have any tips for how to play in a quartet better?
Ben?
Haben wir Tipps für jüngere Quartetten, die bessere Quartette spielen möchten?
Of course, we saw. I think perhaps my quartet was first after us, or in the same time come quartet from Paris with Michel Becquet, Gilles Mélière, and some friends from near for Conservatory from Paris, and then come very so much young quartets. One from quartets, Ben, you don't know, from Los Angeles. His name was Slokar Quartet. Slokar Quartet, that was crazy, and it's so much quartet, but it's very difficult because that's to play quartet. That's chamber music. That's you are not solo. You are not alone. Or there is piano. We are 2/4, and we must really be together. Each note must be together. Intonation. That's very much to do. That's not enough, and that was the reason too. We play almost. From memory, we don't play with music because we want to make something on the scene. We make something, to make something. And if you are always with your music, you shout in your music. That's not nice for me. You must know really each note from your colleagues. I must know what plays second trombone, third trombone, fourth trombone, and then I can play first trombone really good.
The next question is, were all your concerts perfect, or did you mess up sometimes? And can you tell any like funny stories of like sometimes like messing up on stage?
Nobody's perfect. That's sure. But when you ask Vasil, our friend Vasil, he said always before the concert, if somebody is nervous and Vasil, he played 30 years in orchestra, and he said always, Branimir, it is always fantastic. It will be fantastic one times more. That's here physiology, and it's really very not so often it's not good. But of course, nobody is perfect.
Hey, and Branimir, haben wir eine lustige Geschichte von einem Konzert, wo es nicht perfekt gelaufen ist?
Oh, of course. That is. It's sometimes in sometimes really to play with memory is sometimes difficult. And how I say, what play third trombone or first trombone or you second trombone, and second trombone some 1-2 bars he don't play prompt, and it's this one concert. Well, first I don't know which one finished to play. Then was the second one, third one. At the end, it was only one trombone who plays some bars. It was really crazy. Or one time in Stuttgart, in a big concert, one concert for movements, and sonate from Löye. We played first movement. And I forgot second movement, simply the begin, I forgot. And I said to my friends, boys, we play just immediately third movement, because I forgot second movement. Begin from second movement, I forgot it. That is happened. Voila. And one from first concert, with in quartet in Kirche, Sun, and big festival, Menuhin Festival in Switzerland. We played Majowski piece with 5 movements, and we play first, second, third, fourth, and a fourth. I was so nervous. I said, boys, I thought we are finished. And okay, this was from the beginning. We was sit down, and I said stand up, and it's like, okay. ciao. And my friends cook me, Vladimir, it's one movement to play. But that's only 2 times it's happened. So, voila, in 50 years, that's enough.
So the next question is, what is the best player that you played with that has not been in your quartet?
Oh, Ben.
Wer war
Wie?
der beste Person, mit dem du
Was?
gespielt hast, aber
Uh,
nie im Quartett war?
who was the best? You know, I must really say I was very lucky with my students, and really, I was perhaps one from begin was Pia Bucher. She was really very musical, etc. She made music fantastic, and somebody one is fantastic. But really, to say who was the best, it's not. Everybody was super because that was the reason they play in Slokar Quartet.
Oder Branimir, nein, jemand, der nie im Quartett war. Nicht im
Der
Quartett.
Und ist trotzdem der Beste, oder wie?
Ja, genau.
Oh, ich habe fantastische Studenten. Ja, you know, I don't know if you know, in all orchestras in Germany, 2 soloists in Hamburg are my students, in Frankfurt, in Munich, etc., etc., etc. It's in Wien. I have so much students. They are soloists in all symphony orchestras and are teachers and so. But to say who is really the best, I that's difficult. No, it's not possible. Excuse me. Or everybody, they are all really fantastic because they was my students and they have fantastic place and there are solists, you know.
Good.
Voila.
So what is your favorite performance?
Ben?
Performance, dein beste Performance, was du gemacht hast.
With quartet?
Oder überhaupt, ja, vielleicht mit Quartett oder überhaupt.
Überhaupt the best performance, you know. I played some fantastic pieces in a festival from Salzburg from Cesar Bresgen. He wrote me a very good concert with symphony orchestra from Wien. That was in Salzburg festival. That was fun. I think really one from best. Or in Wien, I played Leopold Mozart, etc. in this Mozarteum. That was like solist, I can say. And with quartet, we made a really fantastic concert in Paris. In festival from Bloomington in United States in America. It was something about 1980, 80 something. It was a really fantastic festival in Bloomington. And we played with quartet, and so that was very good. That was first time we played George Gershwin. This our Dennis Hermitage wrote for us, and we practiced this George Gershwin. Really, it was first time. Or this Bernstein in Japan. We was in Japan. We was not really perfect with Bernstein, but just Bernstein that in this time, and we played in concert. That was very nice things.
So this is the last question today. So we have here, is trombone the best instrument?
Ben?
No, bass trombone is the best instrument.
Bass trombone. It's okay. I made some joke very often about the bass trombone and go because bass trombone is like tenor trombone. Tenor trombone, I take always music from oboe, from trompete, from this, and bass trombone takes everything for us. They play David, they play sax, everything one card down, you know, and that's the problem for bass trombone. But without bass drum is not possible to make music, because we know we had some quartet with horn quartet. Horn quartet is not possible because they really don't have really first and bass. For trumpet, not possible because they don't have bass, and we have bass, and that's really this bass drum is so important for this reason.
Okay. Thank you for joining us at the International Low Brass Festival today. So yeah,
Welcome.
that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ciao
Ciao,
ciao.
ciao.
We drive. We go on.
Okay.
Okay.
Bravo, Brian.
Ik ben te. Ben. Ja, hörst du mich noch, Ben? Hallo?
Wahrscheinlich ist er weg schon.
Also,
Ja,
Vasco, du bist noch da. Du bist noch
aber
da, Vasco.
okay.
Okay, ja.
Ich bin noch da, aber wahrscheinlich sind wir in ein anderer Room schon, oder?
Aha,
Wahrscheinlich hat er uns rausgeschmissen.
ja.
Ja,
Okay, Vasco.
wahrscheinlich.
Okay.
Ja, super. Warum bist du so rot?
Ja, rot.
Du bist ganz rot.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Good afternoon or good morning to those on the West Coast. My name is Jacob Muzquiz, and I'm the professor of trombone at the University of Texas at Arlington. I also perform as second trombone in the Dallas Winds. And today I want to talk to you and answer questions mostly about preparing for college auditions or any auditions in general. I'd also be happy to answer any questions that you may have about preparing for All-State if you're a high school student. A little bit about me first. I grew up in North Texas and went to school in my undergraduate at Texas A&M University of Commerce. I then went on to do a master's degree at SMU in Dallas. And from then I freelanced and taught private lessons at high schools across the DFW. And I did that for about 8 years before starting here at University of Texas at Arlington. So I'm very excited to be here today. Thank you to the International Low Brass Festival for having me. This is a very great organization, and I think it's for a great cause as well. So I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
So the first question we have here is, what is the jump between high school music and college music like?
Well, from a perspective here in Texas, I know the high school band scene is very intense, and the band directors really push the students to get the most out of each individual student with, all region, all state process. It's a very intense process. Whereas in college, it's really up to you for what you get out of the experience. It's up to you how much you practice. It's up to you how hard you work and how far you can push your abilities. Whereas in high school, someone's constantly on your back telling you what you need to do. Whereas in college, you have the freedom to explore what you need to work on as an individual.
So what would you say is the biggest difference between mouthpieces, like different mouthpiece models, and why people should experiment with different mouthpieces?
I think it's good to start on a mouthpiece that is not too big at first, especially if you're a middle school or high school student. The standard in this area tends to be a Bach 5G. I think that's kind of the standard mouthpiece for those that are just getting out of middle school and going into high school. But once you get to college, you could ask whoever your private teacher is what mouthpieces they recommend, because some of the more custom mouthpiece makers tend to have a better quality of sound, and you can kind of tweak little things that fit to your playing specifically.
Next question here is, why did you choose trombone?
Well, funny story is the first instrument I played was the bass guitar. My grandfather is a blues guitarist, so he taught me how to play the electric bass. So from there, I was about 8 or 9 years old when I started playing the bass. And then when it became time to choose an instrument in the 6th grade, I saw the trombone and I thought it was just so unique because it's the only instrument that has a slide. All the other instruments have valves. And I just saw it, and they put the mouthpiece on my face and they said, "You'd be perfect for trombone." And then that was it. From then on, I just practiced trombone.
So a follow-up question for that would be, what's your favorite way to take advantage of the instrument having a slide?
I think the trombone, even though the slide is really cool for effects in music, obviously the glissandi is one of the most famous aspects of the trombone. I think using glissandi when we practice, I think the trombone is a great practice tool that helps us improve. We can use the slide to our advantage to help keep our air very consistent, and to work on techniques that we're struggling with. So for me, I like to use the slide as a practice tool every day to help me improve the way I'm using my air.
So another question here is, in college, do most players play in a wind ensemble or an orchestra?
Oh, I'm sorry, repeat that again.
In college, do most trombone players play in an orchestra or in a wind ensemble?
Well, the way it works here at UTA, everyone's required to play in an ensemble. But there's only a select number of trombone spots in an orchestra. Typically, there's only 2 tenors and 1 bass trombone in an orchestra. So here at UTA, we have to audition for those places. So if you are chosen to be in the orchestra, you get to play in the orchestra, but then everyone else gets to play in either the concert bands or the jazz bands.
So I assume this next question is regarding music difficulty, because it asks, what should a college freshman expect in terms of music as compared to high school?
Well, in high school, usually you're given a couple of etudes to prepare in the fall, and that's pretty much all you work on for an entire semester. And then in the spring, generally you'll get some solo repertoire or 1 solo piece for the rest of the spring semester. In college, at least the way I run my studio, is every week I have my students learning multiple etudes a week. So what you would be doing in high school, you'd learn 2 or 3 etudes in a semester. In college, you would learn between 2 and 4 etudes per week. And on top of that, you'd be preparing a solo as well. And on top of that, you'd be preparing a scale exam as well. So the intensity for what you need to practice, it really elevates quite a bit in that jump from high school to college.
So do you know anything about euphonium mutes?
So wait, say that again.
Do you know anything about euphonium mutes? Because there's a question about that.
Unfortunately, I do not know anything. I know I did play the euphonium. That was my minor instrument in college. So I do own a euphonium and I performed it a few times, but I've never actually used the euphonium mute in performance. So I can't speak on that question, unfortunately.
So the other question that kind of relates to that is, what other instruments do you play?
I play obviously the trombone, the euphonium, the alto trombone. I own a soprano trombone, which is about, that big. I don't sound very good on it, but it's a fun instrument to play. And obviously I still, for fun, I like to play my bass guitar. So those are the instruments I play.
So I assume this is talking about like music major in college. So do private lessons come with being a music major?
Yes. In college, lessons is actually a course that you sign up for, and it's included in your tuition. I know in high school, you usually have to pay for the lessons one at a time, but in college, lessons are included in your tuition.
So if you could give a close estimate, what would, and just your best estimate, and about how many, like what percentage of college music majors are on a scholarship?
That definitely varies from institution to institution, but if I had to give an estimate, I would say most state schools, around 50% of the students have some form of scholarship, whether that be performance-based or academic-based. So, but obviously that varies from institution to institution. Some institutions, everyone's on a scholarship. For example, at the Curtis Institute of Music, everyone has school paid for them if you're admitted. But at some other schools, they hardly have any scholarships, and a lot of schools fall somewhere in the middle, if that answers your question.
Yeah, so about how many college students in the college ensembles are actually music majors?
In most programs, I would say 80 to 90% are music majors. We do have some students that are non-majors that participate in ensembles. For example, I have a physics major that plays in the trombone choir here. And I think it's so cool that he somehow finds time to study physics and still play the trombone in the trombone choir on the side. I think it's just really difficult for non-majors to find time to play in ensembles. So we do have quite a bit of non-majors in the marching band, because a lot of people continue to do marching band when they get to college. So but roughly 80-90% play in actual ensembles are music majors.
Yeah, so I believe this question has popped up in like pretty much every single Q&A. And that is, what is your what's your favorite? What's your best memory of you messing up in a performance?
Oh my gosh, my best memory messing up in a performance. Okay, so it's actually really funny. It was actually, it doesn't really count as a performance, but it was for a recording session. I was recording this duet with piano, and we were doing a run through of the piece. And at one point I was going up to a high A, and I'm pretty sure it was the loudest, worst note that's ever come out of my trombone. And it was a complete accident. And I think my face was priceless after. I just made this face like, oh my gosh, did that really just happen on stage? So that's probably my most memorable mess up on stage.
So the next question here is, how hard is it to be a, like, I would assume in terms of workload, how difficult would it be to double major in music and something else in college?
Again, it depends on the institution. Some places it's really easy to double major. For example, when I did my master's at SMU, there were a lot of undergraduate students that double majored because the university made it easier for them to double major. But other universities, for example, at UTA, it would be really challenging for someone to double major because especially at this campus, there's a lot of music education majors. And in music education, the course load is pretty intense, and there's a lot of hours that they need to take in order to meet the requirements. If you were going to double major, I think as a performance major, it might be a little easier because the course load is a little bit lighter as a performance major. But if you're going into music education, it's very difficult to double major.
So someone here asks, can you, how difficult would it be to switch to a music major halfway through college? And I assume that means undergrad.
Well, it depends if you've been admitted into the program or not. I think for most institutions, you have to audition in order to become a music major. So assuming you have been in college for a few years and haven't been practicing or taking lessons, it would be very difficult for you to get to that level where you could audition and be admitted to the school. But let's say you've been taking lessons every week, and halfway through your program, you decide you want to be a music major and you still have the skills to be admitted into the school. You could obviously make that change, but you also have to keep in mind it feels like you're starting over from college because you're taking freshman courses again for music majors. So in that situation, you'd have to weigh out all your options and decide if that would be a good idea for you.
So do music majors typically get a solo performance? I assume music performance majors.
So the way it works here at UTA and at most universities, at the end of every semester, you have a jury, which means you prepare a solo piece and you perform it for all the brass faculty at the end of your semester. It's kind of like your final exam for private lessons. So you do that in the fall semester, at the very end of the fall semester, and you do that at the end of the spring semester as well.
So in terms of career-wise, could someone minor in music and still be able to get a good career in music?
It depends. It depends what your goal is with music. If you want to teach music, it's pretty, like as a band director or an orchestra director, it's impossible to get one of those positions if you're not certified to be a teacher. So if teaching is your aspiration at the high school or middle school level, you have to be certified to teach. But if you wanted to play, let's say if you wanted to play in a regional orchestra and have another job that's your primary job, that's very possible. A lot of those people majored in music initially and then switched off to a different career later in life, but they still play music on the side, and it's something that they do for fun and for a little bit of extra money. So that's definitely possible if you want to still have music as a part of your life and perform, and have a separate job also.
Another question is, what is the college equivalent of all state bands, if there is one?
It's a great question. There isn't a all college band or all college ensemble, but there's a lot of summer festivals that are very prestigious and very difficult to get into. And that's where the best college students around the country and even around the world will audition to go to Tanglewood, or they'll go to Brevard, or there's all these different kinds of festivals. For example, I went to the Round Top Music Festival, and there was people from, I want to say it was over 20 countries were represented in this one festival, and everyone has to audition, and they only select the best candidates to attend. So that's the closest thing we have to an all college band, is these little festivals all across the country and the world.
So one also says, does one have to go to graduate school for music to have a good career in it? Again, good is very broadly defined.
That's a great question. It really depends, again, what your aspirations are. If you want to be a teacher and teach in the public schools, pretty much an undergraduate degree is all that's required for you to get a job in one of those, teaching in one of those schools. If you want to become a professional orchestra musician, again, that depends on your skill level, because to become a professional orchestra musician, you have to audition against all the trombonists in your area, because usually when an audition is posted, every trombone player shows up to these auditions. So it's very, very competitive. You'll have between 50 and 100 trombonists go for one position. So it's very, very competitive, but that's all based on skill. It doesn't have anything to do with what degree you have. You just have to be good enough to win the audition. So in that aspect, if you want to become a professional trombonist, there is no actual requirement, but typically people do continue on and get their master's in performance, to continue getting those private lessons, to continue getting ensemble experience, so that when they go to take auditions, or if they win an audition, they have that experience under their belt. And if you want to become a college professor, a master's is generally the minimum requirement. And even now, a doctoral degree is starting to become the new minimum requirement for those positions.
So I don't know if this is in the context of college or professional, but it asks, do you have to re-audition in order to stay in top ensembles?
At the college level, I guess I'll answer both of those. In the college level, every year, I believe we have an audition for band placement. So let's say you auditioned and you had a bad audition, and you were prepared, but you got nervous, or something happened that you weren't expecting. The next fall, you can re-audition and get a new placement in whatever ensemble you're aspiring to be in. As far as professional, usually in professional orchestras, there's a tenure process, which means once you have won the audition and the orchestra has decided that they want to keep you, you don't have to audition again for that position.
So here's another question. Do professional trombonists have to double?
Not necessarily, but it is good to be able to double. For example, euphonium, for example, for me is one of the instruments that I decided to double on, because I thought the mouthpiece size is pretty similar to the tenor trombone, and the only difference is learning the valve technique. So when I learned euphonium, it actually helped me later on, because every once in a while there'll be a gig that comes up that euphonium is asked on, and a lot of trombonists don't know how to double on euphonium. So it's provided me some opportunities to play the euphonium professionally that may not have occurred if I hadn't learned how to play euphonium. So it's not required, but if you can double on euphonium, or double on bass trombone, or double on tuba, you might find more opportunities in the future.
So another question is, do you have to learn all four clefs?
All four clefs. Yes, you do. If you're going to be at least a tenor trombonist, you are required to learn all four clefs. A bass trombonist generally only needs to learn bass and tenor, and maybe some alto, but that's extremely rare for bass trombone. But on tenor trombone, yeah, recently I had a performance where the music was printed out in treble clef for 2 lines. So even though that's super uncommon for trombonists, you do need to be able to learn all 4 clefs.
So another question is, do you have any tips for getting into all state? And I assume that's high school.
Sure. My first piece of advice would be to start very slow and focus on air and sound. Just focus on making your best sound on every single note and ensure that you're not making little note errors or mistakes that are very obvious. You want to get the easy stuff done first. So take your time, go very slow. And as you start to speed up, you can start to incorporate more advanced aspects of the music, like dynamics, articulation, style. But for me, the foundation, no matter what speed you're going at, is your sound. You want a very, very pretty sound. You want to make your best sound on every note. And then as you get closer and closer to the audition, practice performing. I think one of the things that most students don't do is they don't sit down and run through the piece from beginning to end without stopping in the middle or without trying to go back and fix something that they missed in a measure. Sit down, record yourself, practice performing so that you can get used to playing large chunks of your etudes or solo pieces, so that when you get to the audition, you feel comfortable. You've gone through all your steps that you need to go through to have a successful audition. You practice really slow. You practice with your best sound. You've added the style and dynamics to the music, and you practice performing the music.
The next question is, can high schoolers get gigs?
Can high schoolers get gigs? Yes and no. I know that's a complicated question. Usually for most professional ensembles, like let's say the Dallas Symphony, for example, it is extremely rare for a high school student to come in and play as a sub. That almost never happens. However, there are opportunities for high school students to play in churches, in musicals. You can explore those ensembles and see what kind of ensembles you have in your area that have those kinds of programs and that need trombonists, and they may not have a particularly large budget. So they're looking for people that can play. And it's a good chance for you as a high school student to get some experience that you may not have gotten otherwise.
Next question is, how important are connections for a music major as opposed to other majors?
Wow, that's a great question. Connections, that's everything. And no matter what career you go into. A lot of the opportunities I've gotten as a musician and as a professional have been through my connections, and that starts by making a good impression on everyone you meet. Try to be a nice person to everyone, regardless of whether you think you're going to work with them again in the future or how you feel about them. Just be a good person. That's the first thing. The second thing is show that you are working as hard as you can to accomplish your goals. Show everyone that you are passionate about what you're doing. And in my case, a lot of my teachers and other colleagues that I've met through performing have noticed those qualities. And because of that, I've gotten opportunities that I otherwise wouldn't have gotten if I didn't do those things. So connections are just, I can't stress how important it is. So just be a good person, work hard, and people will notice, and then you'll get opportunities.
So the next one is, this person that's considering switching from trumpet to trombone is asking for tips on how to do that.
Well, that's a big challenge because not only are you changing how you play, going from valves to moving the slide, you're also changing your embouchure. But if you're having trouble making a sound on trumpet because the mouthpiece is too small, you might actually consider going to euphonium first, because the valve system is exactly the same as it would be on the trumpet. So that's one less factor you have to worry about. And then once you get comfortable on a euphonium, then I would try to transfer your fingerings to slide positions on the trombone.
So the next question is, in college ensembles, do they play more standard repertoire or do they play some more niche music?
That varies from conductor to conductor. And sometimes it's based on what kind of season what the theme of the season is. So sometimes, like for example, at UTA, we had like a classics was the theme of our season. So it was a lot of the standards in the wind band repertoire. But for example, in my undergraduate at A&M Commerce, we did a lot of contemporary music and a lot of new music that I had never heard of. So that really is just depends on the conductor, and historically what the school has done in the past. You can go back and listen to the recordings and get an idea of what kind of music that university band plays.
So the next question is, how often do bass trombones double on tenor trombone or tuba?
I wouldn't say it's very frequently. Again, it depends on how comfortable you are on tenor trombone. For example, in Dallas, one of the members of the Dallas Symphony, Brian Hecht, he goes between tenor and bass trombone all the time because he's comfortable doing that, and that's what his job asks him to do. Whereas in other jobs, you might exclusively play tenor trombone, or you might exclusively play bass trombone. Or if you play, for example, on Broadway, you're switching from tenor, bass trombone, and tuba back and forth within the same concert. So it just really depends on what kind of music you're playing, what your position is, and that really dictates what instrument you need to play.
So another question is, this is probably going to be the last one we have time for, everyone. So do people have to go to a music school for a career in music, or is DCI enough for some people?
DCI may be enough for you to get marching tech jobs where you could, over the summers, work with marching bands. But if you actually want a career in music, I'd highly encourage you to become a music major or at least try becoming a music major. And if you decide this is not what I want to do, this is way different than what I was expecting, because I think a big shock for a lot of students going from high school to college is they think they're majoring in band or they're majoring in orchestra. But being a music major is very different than being a band major. You have to learn a lot of aspects of theory. You have to learn ear training. You have to learn orchestration. And there's a lot of performing by yourself that's involved in being a music major. But in order to get a good career, whether that's being a teacher or performer, I would encourage you to at least start out as a music major and see if that's what you really want to do.
Oh, yeah, so actually we'll just have one more question here, and that's pretty much like, how universal are music degrees? So could you go overseas with an American music degree, and could you come to America with a degree from another country?
Performance-wise, absolutely. There have been musicians that have gotten performance degrees here or had jobs here, and then went on overseas and did the same job or a similar job overseas. For teaching, it's a little bit different. You have to be certified for a certain region to teach in the public schools. So that only applies, for example, to get certified in Texas, I think it's only like Texas and Oklahoma are the only states that you could teach in. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. But overall, if you're looking at performing, yeah, performing is the universal language. You could go perform anywhere. For example, I was performing this summer in Puerto Rico, and my Spanish isn't great, but I could still use my performing tools that I learned here and take them to another country.
Yeah, so that's all we have for you. So thank you for joining us today. Yeah,
Thank you so much for having me.
welcome.
Bye-bye.
And all right, and up next at noon Pacific time, we'll have a recital by Jeffrey Phillips, followed by Q&A afterwards. Now we'll enter a short intermission.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
got an audience. Thank you for being here tonight. If you expected to be at the Mini Pearl thing, you're in the wrong spot. But welcome to this. I hope you enjoy this evening. It's not going to be too stuffy, as you can tell. And I want to educate, entertain, and maybe enlighten you on a few things. This faculty recital, when they said you can do one, I thought, well, it's going to be in February. So let's do something with romantic music. And then as I got a lot of romantic trombone solos, they all sounded pretty much the same. And I thought, I don't want to sit in the audience and listen to that. So why don't I just do things of various styles, diverse composers, and just show my love for these instruments to you. So I'm going to be on stage all the time, so there's not an intermission. You're big boys and girls. If you need to go, just do it on your own. But it won't last too long because I'm over 60 and I've got to get to bed early. So there will be four pieces that Horacio will be here accompanying me, and the rest will be unaccompanied, but hopefully they won't be too weird for you. So to start our trombone journey, first piece on the program will be by Arthur Pryor. This way you also don't have to look at your phone for the program notes and all that kind of things. Arthur Pryor was born in 1870 in St. Joseph's, Missouri, and he died in 1942. He was a self-taught trombone player. He learned on an old instrument he picked up. He was forced to practice and learn things in the barn because they wouldn't let him practice in the house. You know, he became a really fine trombonist, and he joined the John Phillips Sousa Band that played, incidentally, in 1927 at the Ryman Auditorium here in Nashville. But he and Sousa kind of got a little crosswise, and so Pryor broke off and formed his own band that toured the United States. He made over 1,000 recordings. He might have even won a Grammy if the Grammys had been around. But this piece, I get the right horn. This piece is called Love's Enchantment, keeping with our Valentine's theme. And it was written in 1903, and it's a theme and variation of a waltz. Let me get my eyes on it. I hope you enjoy it. Love's Enchantment. Trip back in time and play the first piece ever written for solo trombone. But it wasn't called a trombone back then. And I know some of you are going to go home and tell other people that you came tonight just to see Jeff Phillips' sack butt. You didn't know that? How many people have ever seen a sack butt before? See, only a few. Only a few. Well, here's my sack butt. It's probably shinier and maybe smaller than you expected. Told you this wouldn't be your typical recital. But this came before the trombone was invented. This instrument well, this one in particular is not that old. It's a reproduction. But this piece was written in around 1621. So even before I was born. Ssshhmute was a court composer and a cornetist, and he lived in Augsburg, Germany, and born in around 1590. And he wrote this, like I said, is the earliest known piece for solo trombone or sackbut and accompaniment. And this, by the way, is a B-flat tenor sackbut. For those of you in maybe music priest classes, write that down. It'll be on the test. So, I hope you enjoy this. It's quite a bit different style, but has some things I think you'll enjoy. So, La Geronima by Ssshhmute. Allowing Horacio to leave the stage for just a second. He has to take a break. This next piece is an unaccompanied piece. Sometimes those tend to be a little bit on the strange side. But this one kind of caught my eye, partly by the title. But Erica Rahm is a Canadian violinist and composer. She currently teaches at the Royal Conservatory of Music in Toronto and also at the University of Toronto. She was inspired to write this tone poem when she read a quote by St. Augustine. By the way, the Confessions of St. Augustine has nothing to do with like a wild spring break trip in Florida. Okay, good. All right. Just see if you're still awake out there. But St. Augustine, she saw this quote and it said, "To him who does what in him lies, God will not deny his grace." St. Augustine lived from 354 to 430. He was born in North Africa, and he struggled with his faith. Sometimes you hear him referred to as the reluctant saint. His writings influenced not only the early church, but if you do read the actual book, the Confessions of St. Augustine, I think you'll find that many things that he wrote about back then are very applicable to us today. He wrote the Confessions. It was a biography of his life, and he wrote it to God. This piece is divided into 4 sections, illustrating periods of his life. The first section is called Youth and Pagan Beginnings, and it's actually in 2 sections, so you'll know when the second section of that one comes because I will turn a page. And then the second section is called The Mystical Voice of the Child in the Garden. One of his writings, when Augustine was in a deep emotional crisis, he said he heard a voice in the garden saying, "Take and read, take and read." And so he opened up his Bible to Romans 13 through 14, and it says, "Let us walk honestly as in the day, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantonness, not in strife and envying, but put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof." The third movement is written in honor of when he became the bishop. And there's a little hint of a hymn tune that you might hear in there. And then the last movement is called the Debate at the Baths of Sosius. And it ends with a restatement of that material from other movements. But if you read St. Augustine, he loved debate. And a good, healthy debate he felt was appropriate. So this unaccompanied piece by Erica Rahm was written in 2000. Has a few little theatrics, but I think you'll enjoy it. The Goblet. That is not part of the piece. Go back in time a little bit. Benedetto Marcello was an Italian Baroque composer, also a lawyer, and an aristocrat. He wrote mostly works for cello, but a lot of those have been transcribed, especially for trombone, because they kind of fit us. These two movements are from other works that he did. The Adagio and then the Allegretto. And we'll be playing those on alto trombone. Let's see, ooh, some people think I just play a little trombone. Still there, all right. For those that are music ever, you've never seen one of these are pitched in E flat. So a little bit different sound, a little bit different timbre. There's a good word for us. So two movements here. These were also transcribed by the Slovenian trombonist and composer and alto trombone expert, Branimir Slokar. So two movements, a slow one and a medium fast on alto trombone by Marcello. talk to you. Because if I walked on and off stage, I would get tired. Because I'm old. David Wilburn is the assistant professor of music and trombone at Texas A&M. He has his degrees from the University of Texas at Austin and Eastman School of Music. He has several works for brass. My first introduction to David Wilburn was a few years ago when Dr. James Land and I did a recital, and we were looking for pieces to do for trombone and tuba, and found this book of trombone duets called Southern Duets. Well, that immediately got my attention. And so we played one called Hey Rev, Pass the Biscuits. I mean, when it's got a title like that, you just got to do it. So I started looking at some of his solos and other things that David Wilburn has done. Lots of really interesting things. As a 20th century composer, his things aren't super weird. They're very rhythmic. Sort of, sometimes they have sort of a jazz feel to them. But he's just become a favorite composer of mine. I'm playing this on bass trombone, and that's just a personal choice. It could be played on that one, but it's a little more difficult in some spots. Plus, I just like the tone color of it, and it gives me a chance to play this instrument and not completely embarrass myself because I'm not a full-time bass trombone player. And some of you know what that means. So, this is the Concertino by David Wilburn. He's got to take another break, you know. That's right, the way he plays piano, he's worth it, so that's fine. This next piece is what you're here for a world premiere. Did you realize that? Oh, what a special audience you are. A world premiere. This is Vaulting Valentine Variations by Soren Allen. I believe he's right there. Wave, so they know who to blame if they don't like. So, backstory, which gives my chops a slight little rest. Soren, when he was a student here, he played a piece for unaccompanied trombone, one of my favorites by a composer named David Feder. It was Variations on a Theme by Palestrina. And it has a very straightforward statement of the theme that people know, and then it just gets quite bizarre, but it's pretty fun to play. And so he liked playing that one. I liked him playing that one. But the other thing that Soren did to me on this piece was, for those of you that are brass players and you know about the Arbenz book, yes, there were exercises in there that he would come to lessons and would say, I don't like playing these, but you need to do them because they're good for you. And so when Soren wrote this piece for me, some of those things that I said I hated, he put in here just for me. But this vaulting Valentine variations, when I called him, I said, would you write a piece? I would like to have you write a piece for this recital I'm doing. I said, kind of like the David Fetter thing, but can you use the jazz standard My Funny Valentine? I said, oh, I can do that. So here it is, vaulting Valentine variations and a thrilling theme by Soren Allen. one more unaccompanied piece, and this is by another Canadian. I did not plan that, but Jim Hobson is a Vancouver trombonist and multi-instrumentalist. And if you look him up, he's most well known for an expert on the alp horn. You've seen the Ricola commercials? Yeah, he's like the world expert on that instrument. And so as I was looking for things to play, things that I'd never done before, and I was looking through unaccompanied pieces, and I've just got to say, when I saw one called Meat Salad, I had to get it. And then it came in the mail, and I looked at it and said, oh, I've got to play this. So here is Meat Salad. My apologies to vegetarians and vegans, but and usually you have your salad at the beginning. Here it's more toward the end, but I think you'll enjoy this. Meat Salad by Jim Hobson. Thank you for sticking in there. There's one more. It's very, very short. Tell you a little bit about this piece because this is very interesting to our area. Nathaniel Cleophas Shorty Davis was born in Nashville, Tennessee in 1888. He worked as a trombonist around Nashville before the radio days. Nashville was a big center for ragtime music, writing and publishing. There's even a couple of places downtown you can still see the Jesse French Piano Company carved into the building down Fifth Avenue. But he and his brother started the N.C. Davis Publishing Company, and it was on Cedar Street in Nashville. He taught at the Tennessee School for the Blind and also at Fisk University. And he worked a lot, like I say, around town, writing and playing ragtime, because that was the popular music of the day. He also served in World War I in the U.S. Army Band in France. This particular piece was published in 1917, right here in Nashville, Tennessee. And I want to welcome back Horacio to help me on this one, and also wherever Freddie went. Freddie, I've got to have extra help on this, so give them a little hand as they come out here and help me with this piece. The title of this, by the way, is called Mr. Trombonology, a characteristic trombone smear, the son of O Slip It Man. Which is what you'll do if you step right there. All right.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Okay, you're giving me a thumbs up. Is that good? Okay, you can hear me and everything's nice? Awesome. Well, great. Well, Lester said for me to give a brief introduction. So I'm Dr. Jeff Phillips, and I'm retired after 36 years of being a public private school, secondary school educator, where I did band, orchestra, music theory, all that kind of stuff in the high schools. And then I'm still professor of trombone at Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. Been there actually 18 years. And then play wherever I'm called to play in the Nashville area. Everything from symphonic stuff to jazz stuff to Dixieland, rock and roll, whatever anybody wants to call me for that I can do. So a lot of playing experience. I still have a private studio here at the house. So try to keep in touch with the kids from grades 6 up through, of course, the university level. And trombone's just a fun hobby of mine, and I enjoy it. And the the ripe old age of 62, I figured out I've now played for over 50 years. So yes, that's kind of it in a nutshell. And if there's any other, well, before we get started with things, if we do run out of time and you do have any questions you want to ask me, it's easy to remember how to get in touch with me. I've got a not too high-tech website, but you can contact me via that, and it's just jeffphillipstrombone.com. And so if you can remember my name and what I play, you can get in contact with me. So if you've ever got any questions regarding trombone, music education, band directing, whatever I can help you out with, be happy to do so. So, all right, Lester.
Yeah, the first question is, who were your biggest inspirations in playing trombone?
Well, when I first started playing, back I guess I was in junior high, what they call middle school now. My high school band director was a trombone player, and he gave me a thing you might have heard of called a cassette tape. And that's sarcasm right there, but it was a cassette tape of Bill Watrous. He said, you need to go listen to this. And it was the Fourth Floor Walk Up solo, which is absolutely incredible. And I remember hearing that in middle school, and that was mind blowing. I mean, it still is today, but that was a huge influence. Another big influence was I just happened to find in a record store. We had those. That was before cassette tapes. An Irby Green 21 Trombones album. I've still got it, and it's like all those the pop cats out of LA that got together and they made this album of just huge trombone choir stuff that they all arranged, and I wore those the Bill Watrous stuff and the Irby Green stuff. I wore those out. I loved listening to them over and over and over, and those were just huge inspirations to me as a young trombone player.
The next question is, both from a teacher and a student perspective, what are some big differences between high school and college music?
So from a student perspective, I think when you're in high school, I notice that my students, they have other things that distract them more. I mean, and time is very regulated. Go to school at 8 o'clock in the morning, you're out at 3. After school, you might have jazz band, marching band, something else. You might have a job. Your time is very compartmentalized and controlled by other factors. When you get into college, even if you're not a music major, you have more unstructured time that you can use. That's one of the things that when students say, well, I don't have time for band or any activity like that when I go to college, like, oh yeah, you're going to have more time that's unstructured because you don't have to be somewhere every morning at the same time, sit through those classes 8 to 5 or 8 to 3, and then do it. You're going to have some breaks during the day. You're going to have time to do some things that you want to do. And so I think that's probably one of the biggest differences is the time constraints you have in high school versus the freedom you have when you're in college. I'm not going to say that college is all, wonderful bed of roses, and those of you in the university, you know that now, but you have more flexibility to pick the things that you want to do than you do when you're in high school. So that's one of the big things. And then from a teaching perspective, it sort of depends on the student. I have students that come to me, let's say from grade 6 through 12 here at the house. And I try to get them to be ready to do collegiate study, even as a music major or non-music major, just so that they can continue to play. Again, part of it's that time thing. You know, in college, as a private instructor, we expect you to prepare your assignments, and that's sort of your job. So, you know, there's the time. While the time is a little more free to pick what you want to do, you do have some things that you need to do, especially if like trombone is your major, or if you're a music major, I'm going to take lessons, then I've got to, you know, put aside some time to work on some certain areas and do what I'm expected in the lessons as well as in the ensembles you play in, things like that. So, you know, I seem to be hitting on the word time a lot, but I think that's probably the biggest difference in between high school teaching and students, and also in the university, is just what you're able to do, how long you're able to do it, and how you're able to choose the things you want to do. Does that make some sense, maybe?
So the next one is, would you consider yourself as more of a jazz trombonist or a classical trombonist?
That's a great question. And it depends on who you ask. That especially here in Nashville, the people that know me as put that word in quotes, classical, they don't know sometimes that I play the other stuff, and vice versa. I've had contractors, especially a few years ago, they would call, "Oh, I didn't know you played that kind of stuff," because they knew me from booking a dance band or something like that. "Oh, I didn't know you played stuff in a brass quintet." So how do I consider myself? I'm a trombone player, and that's kind of all I can say. My upbringing in bachelor's degree and even into master's was more, here's how you play trombone, and here's some different aspects of it. Not, and I know a lot of universities now, it's like, well, are you a jazz player? You're a classical player. We were just taught the same, whether you were focused on jazz or whether you were put that again in quotes, classical trained. There weren't different majors back in those days. It was trombone, music ed, performance, but it was not separated into those categories. So I really never even thought like that until much later, after I got out of school. And right now, more of my playing is, I guess, under the classical umbrella because of with the university, I play with the university faculty brass quintet, and then things that come off of that. And then just working on like that solo recital I did in February. I've got another project going on for November that's more under the classical vein, but at the same time, there's a local club here about 3 miles from my house, and they have an open jam session night, and I frequent down there and just play tunes. So I really don't try to put myself in a box, and it just depends on the day and the time of year as to what my focus is. But in designing my practice sessions and stuff like that, I've got everything laid out by different types of trombones: tenor trombone, bass trombone, euphonium, and then I've also got, the stack of jazz materials that I try to hit something different every day, just so I keep my chops up in everything, whether it's practicing a solo lit or whether it's just working on a tune. So I don't really put myself in a box, but it just depends. But that question gets asked an awfully lot. Oh, what do you do? What, are you more an orchestral player? Not really, because even though I've played in orchestras and I've subbed in the Nashville Symphony, that's not my primary thing. I never studied and memorized orchestral excerpts in the university. I mean, we did them, we played them, but that was not a thing. I never studied at length just jazz tunes and improvisation. We did that, but we just did it all as part of our total trombone playing. So everybody dabbled a little bit in everything. But that's that question is really interesting to me. I'll just say, if you're a student, try not to put yourself in a box. You may be really interested in one thing, but explore it all while you can. And you will get to the point where maybe you find there's more work in a certain area, more demand in a certain area. But trombone playing is, a good sound on a jazz chart is going to be a good sound on an orchestral chart. So the fundamentals are the same. It's just how we apply them.
So the next one we have here are, what do university students commonly do that professionals don't?
I wonder if that question is like, what do they do right or wrong? What do university students do that professionals don't? I think professionals don't. Professionals will tend to maybe focus on some of the fundamentals of their playing more than university students. Kind of back to what I was just talking about. College students and advanced high school students too. Things are very piece oriented or even recital oriented. Here are these 4 solos I'm working on, or here are these jazz tunes I'm working on, and they focus on those things for a semester, or a good chunk of time. And that's not really how professionals work. The pace is a little quicker. You'll do more things, like kind of like I was alluding to earlier. There might be 2 weeks where you're really focused on this concert with this group. Next thing, you've got to change gears a lot quicker. So the important thing is not necessarily focusing on that particular piece, but it's keeping those fundamental skills up and kind of finding those areas that you're maybe a little bit weak in and trying to develop those. So that's sort of dancing around. I'm not really sure exactly what that question meant, but that's kind of how I interpreted it. So maybe that got there.
All right. The next one is, what is the gigging culture like in Tennessee?
It depends on where you are. And of course, since COVID hit, everything was bad, but we recovered pretty well. I'm in the Nashville area, which is in the central part of the state. So we joke and we say Tennessee is really 3 separate states. There's west, middle, and east, and it's kind of true. There's a completely different scene in Memphis than all the way on the other side of Knoxville, and I can't really address those. But here in Nashville, there are a lot of things to do that are trombone and or music related. There are a lot of newer, younger players that are moving here, and there are folks that have gotten out of the local universities that are really super fine players. Some of them are playing full time, some of them are playing part time because there's a pretty saturated market. But we have live music. Of course, the Nashville Symphony is the top dog, and the 3 trombone players in there are all younger now. the folks that I studied with back years ago, they've retired, so it's a younger group in there, and they're playing well. There are also, well, I can think of 4 smaller semi-professional orchestras in the Middle Tennessee area. They're not full-time, but they play great lit and they play at a high level. In the string section, sometimes the people that are like second violins in the Nashville Symphony, they'll play in those and they'll be the principal players. So it's still, some really fine musicians. But there's several semi-professional orchestras. We've got community bands. Theirs aren't paying groups, but there's about 4 really fine community bands. The jazz big band groups are less than they were just because people aren't hiring those back like they did 15 years ago because of cost, but they're still active. I can think of about 4 or 5 in just the Middle Tennessee area that play frequently. It would not be a full-time gig, but there's a lot there, and that's the live stuff. As far as the other things, especially trombone related, there's a doctor at Vanderbilt University Medical Clinic, Joe Awad, and he actually was the person that ran the International Trombone Festival the last time it was in Nashville. He organized that and got all that stuff. He's a great trombone player, even though he's like a gastrointestinal surgeon or something like that. And he has a trombone choir that usually has about 30 people in it that he rehearses, and there's people from all walks of life in that. Again, that's not a paid thing, but that's another live performance opportunity. What's really taken off though, and what a lot of those younger guys are moving to this area for, is the recording industry. And for of course, years Nashville was like country music, and there are some country bands that play, and they have especially on their sessions and even on some of their live stuff, they're hiring horn sections. A couple of my buddies, sometimes they're not on the road, or they're not here because they're on the road touring with various country artists, and they're backup bands. But aside from the country music, this has become, because of where it is, the quality of players, and the union scale rate is less than like LA or Hollywood. We've got a lot of folks that are coming here to do their sessions for video games and Netflix. Those are huge right now with the recording industry in Nashville. A lot of the stuff you'll hear on like the background music for Netflix featured shows was recorded here. A lot of the video games, things like that, are recorded in the studios here. And there's some great players that are doing that stuff. But yeah, so it's really pretty healthy overall. I mean, you can make a living in Nashville playing trombone. You might have to do some arranging on the side, or do some lessons and stuff. But there's some stuff here, and it's a very, at least in the trombone world, I'll put it that way, it's a very welcoming community. It's not cutthroat. It's like, oh, you're a new guy in the area. Great. Got your name, got your number. Hey, if I get busy, I'll call you. It's that kind of atmosphere, not, oh, you're a threat to me because you just moved in from such and such. It's a very, we all get along, help each other out, and have a good time, especially when we're together playing on something. So it's kind of a neat vibe to be in, at least. And that's, again, Middle Tennessee area. That's expanding into Southern Kentucky, and all the way down to Huntsville. And when I'm talking about orchestral jobs, a lot of people from here play in Paducah Symphony up in Kentucky, or Owensboro, or Bowling Green, or down in Huntsville, Alabama. So there's quite a bit of playing, and of guys from all ages, from the dinosaurs like me to some of these young guys that are moving into town, they are just blowing me away. They're incredible. So it's really a neat atmosphere.
So next, would you say more professionals start out on gigs or find more permanent jobs?
I think find more permanent jobs now. I don't think that was always the case, but I think now that's just the reality of life. In that perfect world, even though I was saying, it's a pretty healthy gig economy around here now. In a perfect world, that would be great. Oh, I'm going to be a trombone player, and that's all I'm going to do. Well, you're probably going to starve. You've got to have some other stream of income, and that's why I mentioned a lot of the guys. They'll have a private studio. They'll do some. A lot of guys that I know are doing a lot of arranging for everything from sessions. They're arranged for sessions. Excuse me. They'll arrange for a guy's marching band show down the road or something, and then just whatever they can get into to get that to put food on the table. But they can stay music oriented more than they used to be, instead of like waiting tables. Oh yeah, then I'm gonna play trombone tonight. But I think now more people are doing. They're finding something that they can pay the rent, and then doing the trombone thing more and more and more as they get established. At least that seems to be the way it is around here now.
So another question that we have here are, what equipment are you using?
Well, it depends on what the gig is. Somewhere in the bio there may be a thing that I'm a KHS XO Jupiter artist. So mostly everything I play is their stuff. My primary horn where is it? Here. Gotta get the model right. This is a 1236 with axial flow valve. They don't make this finish. I actually had this finish redone last year. It's a brushed lacquer. I'm trying to work on that. I suggested it to him, and I got it for purely cosmetic reasons. But that's my primary horn. It's 547 bore. In the stable in the other room, you saw some of these on the recital video. The jazz horn that I play, I don't think I actually played that on the recital. But that one is an older model Jupiter before they came out with the XOs. And it's actually a dual bore slide. They don't make that model anymore, but I love it because of the top slide where the mouthpiece goes is a 497 bore, and then the bottom slide slightly larger, which expands, of course, into the bell. And the bottom slide, I think, is a 508, or it might be a 500. Anyway, it's a dual bore horn, and I love the way it played. When I was doing a video for them last week, or this past week, they said, "What are you playing on? We've never seen that horn." I said, "That's because most of y'all weren't working for the company when I got this." And but that's my jazz horn. I've got an XO bass trombone, which is the same. You might have seen that in the video. It's like this, but two axial flow valves. My euphonium is a 1000. It's not the Pro Line XO because I play euphonium about twice a year. We play euphonium on July 4th. That's one of my 2 euphonium jobs ever a year. So, but that's a intermediate model Jupiter horn. What else is back there in the stable? Yeah, the sack butt is a Wessex because they don't make that. And then my alto trombone, they also don't make those, but I've experimented with a few of those. Alto trombone is an interesting animal. You either get your eBay cheapos, which actually some of them aren't too bad, or $200, $300, or you pay thousands of dollars for one of those top end horns, and there's nothing really in between until recently. And I play a Packer, John Packer alto trombone that I got about 2 years ago, and it's kind of right there mid-price range. I mean, for the few times I play that, I can't justify spending $5,000 on a horn that I'm going to play, once a year, twice a year. But those are really fine, medium-priced horns, and they're built well, much better than the eBay specials. But yeah, so those are my horns. Jupiter or EXO is primary, and that's not just contractual. That's by choice. I like the way they play and respond. And of course, like I say, the warehouse, the company is right here in my backyard. And then the alto's a Packer, and the sack bud is a Wessex.
Okay, so yeah, so that's it. That's it for the time. So thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Feel free to go. And one last thing before you leave again, can you tell everyone where they can check out your stuff?
Yes. Jeff Phillips trombone.com. And again, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If I don't know the answer, I'll either find it out or I'll make one up. And that's kind of what I'm here for at this stage of life, is just to help people out and get everybody playing a little bit better and feel good about what you're doing.
Okay, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate the event.
So now a word from our sponsors again. And at the top of the next hour, we will have a seminar regarding low brass education with Shaun Crowther.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
There we go. Hi, yeah. So can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent, excellent. So my name is Shaun Crowther, as you can see. I am a tuba player. My history really is mainly in UK brass bands. I play with 25 years with a band called Frey engineering band, and the last 20 years, up until a couple of years ago, with Grimethorpe Colliery band. I went to the Royal Northern when I was about 40 years old, which obviously, as you can see, is about 1 year ago. No, it wasn't. It was about 20 years ago. And since then, I've been very involved with teaching brass instruments. I live in a place called Hull, which is northeast of England. Now, Hull is an area, a deprived area. That isn't necessarily bad because we get a lot of government money involved and pushed into our area. I work for a music service, which is, I don't know, we have different sort of terms for that in various parts of the country. Music service where I am, is teachers. It's the base for the teachers that go out to schools and teach brass, strings, percussion, and all the instruments, woodwind instruments. Brett Baker, who is in looking after the Denniswick, has asked me to come on here to talk about the education, mainly, of low brass instruments. I've just had a quick chat with Lester. Of course, if anybody would like to know about the brass band movement in the UK, or any questions about the Grimethorpe Colliery band or the Williams Ferry band or anything at all to do with brass band, I have had some good experience in orchestras with, I did about 6 months with the Halley Orchestra whilst they changed over tuba players, Ulster Orchestra. So I've got a lot of experience playing wise, but this was mainly about encouraging people, encouraging students, children, to play the low brass instruments. Now, I can see through, is it Arnav? You're a young guy. So I've explained to Lester that lots of teachers get together and try and find the remarkable ways to encourage students to play. We call them endangered species where I am in UK. I don't know if anybody else has heard of the endangered species, but you know, the low brass instruments are all what we call endangered species. And we still struggle to try and encourage people to play. And there are lots of different, sorry, I'm just going to go get a list. I've written some things down as the different things that would discourage people to play the low brass instruments. Of course, you've got the size of them and getting them from home to school or from home to whatever music service. We've also got the fact that they're not the coolest of instruments, e.g. like guitars or percussion. And there's lots of various, sorry. I'm trying to, you see, this is me being old now. I'm trying to do two things at the same time as look at a list. There we go, got it now. So things like what age should you start on a big instrument? Is a big instrument too big to start when you're smaller? Should you start on a higher instrument? Or should you start on a bigger instrument? What age should you start? And this is what I'm asking for, really. I'm sort of picking your brains as to you tell me your experiences when you started. What do you play? When you started, did you move from a small instrument to a big instrument? If I go through a very quick explanation of my history in playing an instrument, I started playing a brass instrument because my brother was desperate to play trombone. He was very shy. He didn't want to go to the local band on his own, so I went with him, and my parents bought me a cornet. And I played cornet, flugelhorn, soprano cornet, various instruments. And then one day my conductor said that the old B-flat bass player, the B-flat tuba player, was getting too old, and would I like a try on it? So I tried it and I liked it. And since that day I've been on a B, but that would have been when I was about 15 years old. I thought it was because I was very good at every instrument. It probably worked out that I wasn't very good at every instrument, but very keen, and they wanted to find something for me to play. Maybe that was it. I don't know. So I got onto the tuba, I suppose, by chance, by just moving around. I don't know. So has anybody got any questions or anything they would like to say about their experiences of getting onto whatever instrument? I mean, I don't know what instruments you all play. So the only person I can see at the moment is Arnav. So Arnav, would you like to tell me what you play and how you got there?
Oh yeah, sure. So I play the euphonium, and the way I actually started was in 4th grade. There was a kind of instrument demonstration at my local elementary school band. So you know,
can I just stop you there now? I need to understand 4th grade, because what age is what? How does this compare with ours? What age is 4th grade?
Oh,
it's about 8 years old.
Yeah.
Right. So what age do you finish? What do you call finishing primary school? Is that 6th grade?
Yeah. I think they changed it now to 5th grade, but
so okay. So in our scheme, primary school finishes at year 6, and then you move to year 7. Okay. Sorry about that, Anna. Will
yeah.
So carry on.
Systems are a bit different here in the US. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, at this time they had like a kind of hall where, you know, there's a bunch of tables, and at each table there's a different member who plays that instrument, demonstrating how it works, and you know, playing quick licks on it. And there's nothing much to it. I think the majority of the students around me went for, you know, the flute or the trumpet or the clarinet. Those are the vastly popular choices. But, you know, at the time there was, one person playing the baritone, actually, not a euphonium. But I don't know, I fell in love with the sound. And, you know, my parents were not pleased at first when I told them, hey, I want this giant, you know, they're like, oh, why can't you pick something, you know, smaller, more convenient? See that flute over there, your friend's picking. But no, that's the one I wanted. So eventually they rented one out for me, and that's how it began my journey into euphonium.
So basically you're saying you just fell in love with the sound?
Yeah, I don't have a particularly interesting story, but I just, the way he demonstrated it, you know, I just felt that I wanted to play that instrument more.
Well, you say you don't have an interesting story, but we at my music service, obviously, like I said, we have every type of instrument. We could go into a school and play a concert, and we do this quite regularly, a concert to all these people, and somebody somewhere will fall in love with something. That not necessarily. I mean, we have lots of violinists in our year 3, which will be your whatever that is. I mean, we can get loads of violinists now, probably because there's nothing physical involved with the teeth, with the gums and everything else. We have endless amounts of violinists. Now, to me, we don't have any violin lovers here, do we? I don't know.
I don't believe so.
That's fine. I would hope at a low brass festival we don't have any great violinists. To me, the sound of a learner violin is horrendous compared to the sound of a learner low brass. I think it's less horrendous. But it doesn't seem to be that we can encourage as many low brass as we can strings. And I know we have certain cool instruments, saxophones, cool, guitars, cool, drums, cool. You know, there's when you go to school with your friends and you say, what are you playing? Oh, I play drums. Yeah, I play saxophone. Yeah. What do you play? Oh, baritone, euphonium. Whoa, what's a baritone and euphonium? You know.
Yeah, I think definitely the obscurity of the euphonium probably plays a big part in why many students choose to play the trumpet or flute or most of those popular instruments. I can say from my own experience, when I was at that demonstration, many of the kids had already decided which instrument they wanted to play. Oh, I want to play the flute. I saw someone playing the flute a few years back. And, you know, for the following years, anytime I tell someone like what a euphonium is, like, I have to be like, oh, you know, it's a tuba. Imagine a tuba, but smaller, you know. But yeah, I think the point is that I think the obscurity is a big obstacle in terms of getting students to feel interested in picking this type of instrument.
Do you think that if we got groups of low brass going into all the schools, would that push people into wanting to learn low brass, or would it? I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I know you're not the person we should be talking to, because you was immediately, you love the sound. That's a great thing to do. Not everybody loves the sound. Surely not everybody loves the sound of a violin. Surely not everybody. Do you think it's because the violin is a small case? Very light?
So the first factor is, first of all, if you look at an orchestra, how many violins do you have? How many strings do you have in an orchestra? I mean, that's usually what people, and that orchestra is usually many people's first experience of at least classical music is hearing an orchestra. And then second, and you have 3 trombones, 1 tuba, no euphoniums in orchestra, right? That's one thing. So just seeing more violin players, seeing more woodwind players, first, that's a factor. And second of all, regarding low brass, first, and the reason why the organization even exists in the first place. I mean, we started like coming out of the COVID pandemic. One thing that the COVID pandemic did for low brass is that made it even more inaccessible than it already was. How is a beginner going to get access to a tuba while we are on lockdown? Pretty much impossible. Unless you already know someone, which doubt many beginners do. However, compared to a smaller instrument, you can probably get a hold of it. Right? And then also another thing is just the upfront cost as well. If you look at what is how much would a beginner tuba cost? Significantly more than whatever violin they are starting on as well. So the cost is another issue. And also kind of scarcity of finding teachers as well. That's another issue. Since there's already less, and since historically there's always been less low brass players than other instruments, right? So what usually happens it only increases the gap. So you see how in some, like there's an analogy in some nations' economies, like when the rich get richer and the poor get poor, this kind of what happens. This kind of what happens here. It's when there's less professional teachers for an instrument, there will be even less enrollment for it. When there's less help for the instrument, like the enrollment will keep on decreasing, right? So I think that's the main thing that's going on here and why this is on a decreasing trend.
So a couple of things you mentioned there, and here's the thing with lots of strings, right? Now, yes, of course, there are lots of strings in an orchestra. The reason there are lots of strings in an orchestra is they don't make much noise. So each violinist has not a massive effect on the noise of the orchestra. Tubas, trombones, trumpets, French horns, massive effect on the orchestra. So if you were a bit of a, what's the correct word? I'm trying to think one that's not a derogative word. If you're like a confident person, then don't play violin because you're never going to be heard. Well, you will be heard, but amongst a big group of people. If you think, yeah, I mean, a tuba, how do we sell that? Everything we're talking about here is we're talking about it as more adult people. How do I convince somebody that playing tuba in an orchestra, number one, you are the boss. You're there. You play, everybody hears, everybody listens. You're the bottom of the chord. It's such a great effect. You get paid more per note than anybody will ever get paid. I think there was a German orchestra once where the fiddle players were going to go on strike because they got paid more. That's one thing. Now in England, in my music service, if a person, we have probably, I would say we have about 20 instruments. Our music service covers about 100 primary schools. We have about 20 tubas. As far as I know, we have 2 people playing them, which means that we can provide them with at least 2 instruments, one at school, one at home. There's no problem with carrying the instruments to and from school. No problem with their friends saying, oh, what's that you've got? That's a lot. We could even provide them with 3 if they wanted, one at home, one at school, and one at the music service. But no matter how much we do, we've got to get people to want to play. We need to get somebody like Arnav who hears a tuba and goes, wow, I have had a pupil who did that, fell in love with it. And he's now at Oxford University studying something else, but with his tuba. But that's very, very rare. Arnav, you're a very rare person by loving the sound of this. Now, I don't know, Heath and Andrew, I don't know whether you've got any experiences within this that you could to add to how did you start to play, or what instruments do you play?
So how I began to start, like I said, I was fortunate because our elementary school had this group, our school district had this band program where, elementary schoolers were all taught the basics of playing, and there's a very clear pathway. I think this is the big reason there's a highly...
Ethan, sorry to interrupt you. Was this a compulsory?
Oh, no, this wasn't compulsory, but it was well known to the point where, so how it would go is plenty of elementary school students to sign up for band. And after you're taught the basics in elementary school and you have very basic performances, you then head to middle school. And then here, even more students get racked on. There's beginning band in middle school as well as all the band kids from elementary school who get funneled into the middle school band programs. So, you know, because the band program's knowledge is so widespread in elementary school, and you know, there's even within elementary school, there's a beginning band, there's an advanced band, there's several opportunities for you to get familiar with the instrument. And yeah, for young kids, once you get interested, then you always have the option of taking band again as an elective in middle school and then further in high school. So I was able to learn all the basics of euphonium, like single tonguing, and all by the time I got to middle school. And it's from there, because there's so many kids in band by the time you get to middle school, that there were like in our middle school alone, there was 2 concert bands, a symphonic band, a beginning band, and so on. So I think a big factor in allowing me to follow this pathway was that there's a well-known, well-set, a clear music pathway to if you wanted to pursue studying an instrument.
Yeah.
Ethan, were you going to say something?
Oh no, I was going to say something. So this is Lester.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe one of the big things about like joining anything in general, a lot of people want to join things to actually interact with others, to work with others. A lot of people want to join a band in order to work with others to make a sound, right? And then a lot of these people want to practice with each other outside of band as well. However, as they're just not as many low brass players, a lot of them could be the only one after school and do not have really anyone else to kind of maybe they can practice like a violin player, a flute player, or like something like that, but they can't really get better at playing from them, right? They like the violin player is not going to teach the tuba player how to play tuba and tell them like you can work on it. Maybe you can have like very minor adjustments, but it won't be anything too big, right? So they really don't have, there's really a lot of the cases, they just don't have much help. You don't really have too much, especially if there's like really like no one even in that area that knows how to play. That makes it, especially as beginners who may not even be aware of these opportunities. If the band director, especially if the band director does not play a low brass instrument, that makes it even harder. And then if it's a rural area as well, or just a country that's just not as developed as these larger countries, there may be even fewer opportunities. And if they're in a rural area, if they're the only player in an entire city, that's going to be very, very difficult for them to actually have opportunities to learn from other players of the same instrument. And I believe that's something that's so important. And a lot of the reason why people join these bands is to work with others of the same instrument and improve. So, yeah.
So what I was going to, we've moved on to what I was going to then talk about. I teach in a primary school, so that's up to year 6. The head of that school is a tenor horn player. She has played in the local band, and we did a tour of Australia with Brian, thought she'd play with us. And I teach year 3, year 4 as a whole class, brass, and then they carry on to year 5 and year 6, and they have there is one class per year group, so 1 year, 1 year, 1 year 2. And they have a 30-piece brass band playing there. They have 3 tuba players, 4 euphoniums, 4 trombones playing in that band. And the music service provide the instruments for nothing. And we work as a brass band rather than me teaching them individually. It's free. The school pay for it. Now, here's a no surprise. That band is really good. The children, and it is from one of the more east you go in the northeast of England, East Yorkshire, the more deprived it goes. And this school has this phenomenal brass band. We can't get that anywhere else in any other school. But the head of the school, for instance, let's say I had 3 tuba players and I go out at lunchtime in their break when they're having a bit of a break, and I call them in 10 minutes early for their section together. And one of the tuba players said, "Oh," and I'm out with the head, and she said, "No, miss, I don't want to play tuba anymore. I don't want to do it." And she says, "You've got no option. Get in there now and get your rehearsal done. You can't say yes I can, yes I can't. You're going to do it now. Off you go." And that's it. Within sort of 30 seconds, that's got rid of. They go and do it. And this band is fantastic. And we've got everything there, but nowhere else in Hull is that happening. And it's because of, we can start it as a music service, but it's the teachers at the school that we have to battle. Now, are we better, do you think, trying to aim for a band scheme as opposed to a individual teaching? So rather than say, "Yeah, hi, my name's Shaun Crowther, Mr. Crowther, I'm going to teach how to play brass instruments," or would it be better to say, "Hi, my name's Shaun Crowther, we're going to start a brass band in this school. There are 30 instruments, choose which ones you want and let's go away and start it"?
So I believe that depends on the size of the band. So if the size of the band has enough players where you have multiple players on each instrument that can actually work with each other, and you can run as a whole band, and you can still have many like smaller groups of people just working with each other in the band and helping each other point out issues. Like, well, the conductor is obviously helping, but at the same time, when someone messes up, you have a player of the same instrument next to you helping you. Like for example, like the group that we performed, we have a quartet that performed at the International Tuba Euphonium Conference this year.
Is that two tubas?
We did 3 euphoniums, 1 tuba for that. So what happened there was, so we're coming in from all parts of the country, right? So we all practiced our parts individually. However, when we got there, we figured out there were so many like intonation issues. There were some timing issues. We all had different interpretations of it as well, right? So we were fixing so many things with each other until we finally got it down. So I feel like it's so important to actually work with the people of the same instrument. So I feel like if it is a smaller band, I feel like you will have to give them individual work. If it's a larger band, they can probably figure it out themselves. Yeah.
Do you think, though, this is my feeling with this band that I'm talking about, with there being more people involved in it, then there's less concern about whether they are out of tune, or whether they're the worst player, the best player, whether they can do it, whether they can't do it, are they going to be put on the line to play solos? And maybe they feel more confident playing within a group rather than having smaller groups.
I feel like at the same time, if you want to work together as a large brass band, everyone has to feel like they're on the same team. They are working together towards a common goal, and everyone, like, no one's like, I feel like people, generally, people just like fighting it out for solos, fighting it out for first chair. Like, the only thing, some people would go, like, the only thing I want is to be first chair, and they don't care about the band actually doing well or anything, right? I feel like if you are able to, and I can go on to maybe some strategies for that later, but if you want to kind of develop like a band that would actually really be successful, a large band that would be successful, it's very important that everyone works together. So and that would involve like these like players having, obviously, first of all, having a passion for actually playing, which is another thing you have to develop. But having a passion for playing and actually caring about what's going on, and then are willing to work with, because rehearsals are important, but also being willing to, at the same time, no matter how big the band is, they have to be willing to kind of work with each other outside of rehearsal as well. So
I went to a scheme once in Leeds, which again is West Yorkshire, I can't remember what it was called now. Oh, it's called the Baseline Project, and it was after school. It wasn't at the school, it was in a separate place, and it was for double basses, trombones, tubas, euphoniums. I think cellos were involved as well. And somebody came up with all this music, and this called this Baseline Project. And when I went to see it, they had something like 15 from the whole of West Yorkshire, which is not fantastic. And plus the arrangement of the music was very baseline type of music, where it was really quite dull. And it seemed a good idea at the time. I'm thinking, well, this is something we could start. But when you actually went to it, I was bored listening to it. It really didn't enthuse me at all. And I'm thinking, I'm wondering what these, I don't know. do we aim the music, or do we aim the position of the bass instrument within an ensemble too low?
So I think definitely, like, first of all, in a brass band, I think it's definitely good to have pieces where maybe the tuba has a larger role, where low brass instruments, like, not obviously not all pieces, but like maybe throw in a couple of pieces that are more exciting for low brass instruments, because a lot of the time it's just not having that good of a role, right? Or just, in their opinion, not really, even though like very important playing the bass line, but sometimes like the bass line is just there playing whole notes the whole time, which some people may not enjoy. So if you like giving sometimes like a larger role, like having a large presence is important. At the same time, like earlier in this festival, we've already seen a few of these trombone choirs, trombone quartet, low brass ensembles play, and they have and these ensembles, they allow low brass instruments to play like different melodies that they would not have access to normally. For example, like the first trombone would get to play in very high range that they normally do not get to in a band or orchestral setting. So that's appealing to many people. And then just being able to play these fun melodies as a group of low brass players is very appealing to a lot of people.
Okay, so Arno, I'm going to put you in a position of you are going to be working for the US government, and you are going to be head of low brass enrollment, or within the whole of America, of course, nothing small. You are the guy. What are you going to need, first of all, let's start with a simple thing of doubling the amount of children by the time they get to, do you call it high school, whatever you call it, after that we call it, senior school. How are you going to double that amount? What do you need? Or indeed, Ethan, Andrew, if you've got any ideas, just pipe up. Oh no, so over to you.
All right. So I believe foremost the strategy that we need to use is, like I said earlier, you need to have easily accessible. You need to have an easily accessible network of teachers and a community. So ideally, how you want to double it is, first you want to make the students aware of what entails in playing a low brass instrument and what plays in a community.
How do you do that then, Anna?
So, for example, like I believe you mentioned earlier, you can go through schools and perform, like, we have assemblies as student concerts. So you can perform at these assemblies, just like sample performances. And this way you can make sure at least every kid is aware of what it means to play music. You can give a short speech along with it. So once you've got this idea that all the students, at least in the school, are aware of what an instrument is, then you can find the now you'll have more interested parties, and then from here you can further funnel them information. And yeah, what you can do is ideally for low brass specifically, now you want to portray it as cool. Like for right now, the thing everyone plays guitar, piano, everyone knows about trumpet and flute. So what you want to do is you want to get a trombone and euphonium onto the same level of recognition as these other mainstream instruments. There are multiple ways to do this. One way is to play like at first, instead of playing like concertos, just play relatable and popular music for students. Like during the demonstration, the person on the baritone for me was playing "We Will Rock You," right? Because at a young age, students will recognize and relate to popular music more. They're not the level to understand the artistic importance of the various concertos and solos. So yeah, you play a relatable instrument. You get this recognition out of low brass instruments. You want it so everyone knows what a euphonium is and what a trombone is. And then, but when they think of flutes and trumpets, this name will also come up among the top instruments. So if you can do this, then a significantly larger portion of students who currently only go for flute, trumpet, and clarinets because they've already heard of them will now ideally be playing more low brass instruments. And additionally, all you can do is, like in our programs, we have a mentorship. So basically the larger community you can build around low brass instruments. So apart from putting it on the same level of recognition as other instruments, you also want to be able to have lessons, free lessons, sheet music. You want to have a community where they can learn about the instrument, get any doubts answered. And this is what will make for the instruments further appeal to them or more compared to others.
So this has always been my problem with, I agree with, and this is probably something that we don't do, is have the lower brass instruments perform at school without the trumpets, without the violins and everything. Just give them the low brass. Let's hear. And there's some beautiful low brass singing to hear the low brass noise, and then get relatable music. What it strikes to me though, if we had all the money in the world where every instrumental lesson was free and every instrument was free, and the bigger the instruments, you've got maybe, like I've said, a couple of instruments where you could have one at home and one at school. So that we have everything accessible for free. I don't believe that the low brass instrument would increase so much.
I believe it's definitely possible. Just if everything's free, first of all, because again, this enrollment, it's not going to increase right away. It will increase slowly, but if there is funding, which that's a big if, right? Money is one of the large concerns of low brass instruments.
Do you think so?
Yeah, especially many of those. If you look at many of these remote rural areas and some areas in Africa too, like they have these instructors like build their own brass instruments, and they can't afford to build entire trombone or tuba, and they usually just have like everyone, because obviously wood is a cheap material. They many people just play like wooden flutes, wooden violins, things like that. Instead, it's very difficult to craft brass in pretty much half the countries around the world, really. And that actually represents a lot of the population. That's why you see more, like, really, obviously still not a lot of low brass players, but pretty much the majority of the low brass players from around world are in some of the European countries with a better economy, Japan and the United States, because these places have a better economy and also have these larger factories that allow these countries to produce brass, right? But in many of the other countries, that just is not possible. But first of all, but I believe it'll be possible as long as you create these groups of low brass players that work with each other, that can support each other, that they just have more people to talk to. And I feel like that's how eventually we can save this from extinction.
Yeah. Now, do you know? I don't know of any music publishers, composers. There are many music publishers that publish music for, junior bands, training bands, wind bands, brass bands, strings, all this lot. Do you know of any specific publishers that do it for low brass?
Yeah. Yes.
You do?
Yes. I mean, so Adam Frey. Do you know who Adam
Oh,
Frey?
yeah. Well,
now
Adam Frey is a lot younger than me, but
yes.
I was at the Royal Northern with him.
Yeah, he was here yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, we doing a recital. So Adam Frey does music for. Wait a minute. Is this for advanced or for maybe learner ones?
And there's some easier music on there too.
Really?
Yeah, and it's also a lot of opportunity. There's also like quartets, there's ensemble stuff, and there's various places that have like these trombone choir stuff. So for people who do want to get like a trombone choir together, like a Phillips tuba ensemble, there's all sorts of. There's quite a bit of music for it nowadays, and there's a lot of transcriptions of. And this is something a lot of people like to do. There's a lot of transcriptions from like full orchestra or like wind band or brass band pieces to like a trombone choir or a quartet. And so then these players, so for example, like the first trombone player would get a kind of experience like what the violin part is like, for example. And they would basically be playing the equivalent to it, obviously down a couple octaves, but yeah, there are many pieces, arrangements like that now.
So that's maybe the thing that we need to get not school, but instrumental tutors, teachers to go into schools as a low brass group, playing music that they perhaps don't expect to hear.
Yeah, and at the same time, I've seen young players generally, and that's from the experience of a lot of people I heard, they don't really like actually spending time in band. Because they don't really understand what the rule is. Like young players, they prefer to just go home and just play by themselves and mess around however they want to.
Really? Do you think so? Right. Okay.
Yeah. So giving them the opportunity to have some of this music and actually work with each other while doing that is because like these players, they don't understand because they want beginners. They either want to play really, really loud or really, really soft. So in a band that makes, and a lot of them get frustrated in a band and their attention span may not be that high either for these younger students. Right. So they may not be able to sit for an entire 1 hour rehearsal. And that's perfectly normal at a young age. And as they get older and actually play these concertos and things like that, then they'll be able to handle it. But at a young age, many of them just prefer to go home or like and just kind of have some free play time and do whatever they want. So they can actually play some of this, the repertoire that is like more appealing to themselves, and maybe some contemporary pieces, some pop songs or whatever the mainstream music is. And that's just kind of what younger players prefer to do.
Right. So I haven't heard from Ethan or Andrew. So let's take me and Arnav. Give me I'm gonna everything we're talking about here, I'm going to take back to my music service. And I'm going to suggest, certainly, well, no, I won't say it yet, what I'm going to suggest to them. But could I have let's say 5. We need to increase. We need to stop the endangered species of the low brass. 5 ways that we are going to stop.
So, I mean, so,
Oh, sorry, 5 ways we are going to prevent the species completely dying away. No more euphoniums, tubas, trombones. It's going to be an orchestra full of trumpets and violins and viola. No, we can't have that. That's got to, can't. This is what's on the horizon for us. We need to stop that. So, Lester, go on. You're on the, you're open. What do you think?
okay. I guess I'll do the first one. Arnav does the second one, and then we'll rotate like that.
Go on, then I'll do 3.
And so I believe the first one is, again, just try to have more repertoire out there for them. Try to, like, when students are young. I don't feel like, because like many students, like when they're young enough, they're actually big enough to play these instruments. It's not actually that hard to play an instrument at a young age. Many 7-year-olds can handle playing a large instrument. Like I remember, this is actually, I like to throw another experience here. There's this student that at this band I helped at, basically he actually wanted to play trombone just because I played trombone and I was helping him out. When he went to the music store, right, his arm was perfectly long enough. He was able to reach 7th position on a trombone, right, and not comfortably, but he's young. You probably won't even need to touch 7th position if you're just playing the first 5 notes or whatever, right? But he was able to touch 7th position and his arm will grow. But those people there told him that his arm was not long enough, which was ridiculous. And then made him play trumpet. So yeah, and at the same time, then he looked at the cost as well. And it was half the price. that was logical. So
you say more repertoire for low brass ensemble.
So allow these beginners to have so give them some like appealing arrangements of these pieces that are more relatable, and just kind of let them mess around the instrument, play whatever they want. Because a lot of these people, they also want to get into instruments because online, like if you go on YouTube, all the time you'll find like an instrumental version of these like popular pieces, of these like popular new music, and all of them is just a piano, violin, flute playing it, right? So if you have like these like a low brass version of it, I think more beginners would want to do it. So that's the first thing, and kind of also portray it as like an instrument as cool as well.
Yeah. Arnav, number 2.
All right, so I would say that number 2 is bringing low brass onto a mainstream level and portraying it as cool. So like I mentioned earlier, right now it's you go to any person on the street, you ask them what a trumpet is, they'll know what it is. You ask someone what a euphonium is, they probably won't know what a euphonium is. So you just want to at least get the recognition through various knowledgeability programs, like assemblies and information seminars for the more interested.
So basic is getting people into schools with these instruments, performing with them, performing music again. So this links back to Lester's one, going into the schools, playing music that they know that's interesting, not stuffy, and showing what can be done with these instruments.
Yeah,
okay. So number 3, that's me then. So I would say, again, it's interesting when you do these things, everything starts to link together. So we've got more repertoire. We need to get people into schools to demonstrate it. But I would like to see, and in our music service, we have, I won't say, no, not hundreds. We've got a lot of trombones, euphoniums, because nobody's playing them. So I think we should get them into, let's do the repertoire, let's get it into the mainstream, let's go into the schools, but take these instruments in and say, there you go, look, there's 30 trombones, euphoniums, go for it, away you go. play them, have a dabble, go at it. And if you want to play that tuba, we'll give you 2. Or if you want, we've got enough. If we had 2 instruments to every person, 1 at school, 1 at home, I think we could treble our amount of instrument. And we seem to keep this thing as 1 person, 1 instrument. Yet we've got all these instruments doing nothing. So my number 3 is the repertoire, the mainstream, and into schools with more instruments. Anybody brave enough to give a number 4?
Yeah, no, so I just want to add to your number 3 first, which
Yeah,
for those places that may not have that much access to instruments, if players have like an abundance of instruments, are willing to like donate like any of their old instruments that they may not use anymore, that are just not as good but still good enough for a beginner to use. We also have an instrument donation platform that we could donate to players if they want to get in and can't afford an instrument as well. That's something that's bigger in the US. Like in the US, we here like mostly we really don't have any program that really offers free instruments. Like we have a lack of low brass instruments. Like a lot of people just can't afford them in many places. Even at places that are so-called richer, like these so-called bigger cities, many people still cannot afford it. So my number 4 would be to actually to be able to network with others in the instrument around the world. So that's what our organization mostly provides. Basically we this low brass network, a network of low brass players around the world. Like young students can sign up and kind of like have a mentor from like anywhere across the world, like a college student or a high school student, and kind of learn from them, get their experiences, or like give any tips whenever they need it and want to talk to another player who plays the same instrument. So I feel like that could be very impactful in terms of helping the situation as well.
now I'm very aware these days that I'm of an era long gone by, and you're of an era now there, and we have lost a lot of ists and isms in the world. Do you think there would be a chance, would it be bad if we developed a low brassist environment or a low brassism, whereas you go into schools and just put forward just low brass? It's wrong. Shouldn't be going out saying, well, low brass is part of the, we've still got violins, flutes and all this, and saxophones, guitars. Or would we be wrong by, right, we are going to give you a low brass thing, demonstration?
I would not view that as wrong. I mean, and there are many people with many different things offering demonstrations. I mean, in fact, it's violins and pianos that offer demonstrations all over the place. I mean, they offer demonstrations online all over the place. I mean, those are the videos that go the most viral online as well, right? So I feel like pushing low brass instruments, promoting low brass instruments, that's absolutely no issue.
I don't know whether you over there, do you have this the word woke?
Can you repeat that?
The woke, W-O-K-E. In the UK, we have this thing called the woke society, where
yes,
everything's wrong. Christmas can't be Christmas, and all these sorts of things. And I don't think we don't want to become woke with low brass, but I think we can be excused for pushing it a little bit.
No, I mean, there's definitely a difference between pushing something and all of those political issues.
Yeah.
I think like also, and it's just in a business setting, it's nowhere political. I mean, this is simply promoting. I mean, businesses promote themselves all the time, just like think of instruments promoting themselves like this. I mean, it's not really. I mean, it's the same thing as, again, you said, like we're at, or it's in danger. It's like kind of like these, like there's advertisements like promoting like endangered species, like how we should, what actions we should take to stop them, and how like some people are focusing on like I'm talking about species of animals here, like how people are, how there's like environmentalist organizations like kind of stopping this, like kind of like helping save species of animals. I mean, this is kind of the same thing. I mean, you brought up that term earlier. So this is simply promoting something. It's very different from all these political issues out there today.
So could we say that? I mean, if anybody hasn't got a number five, could we then put on here on my little list just to promote?
Yeah.
But promote low brass, nothing else. Promote low brass.
I mean, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, you're right there, aren't you? You're right. We are pro.
We're,
Yeah, but
we're-
the trouble is, there's only, not everybody will hear this. Maybe when you stream it, it might go on. So I'm going to put promote. Have you got anything else to add, Arno?
Honestly, I think you and Lester have said the majority of the points I had in mind. So I'm not sure if I could.
So there's nothing else to. I mean, I think it's, for me, it's been a good session. I've got things that I can take. What I was going to say was I'm going to take this to my boss, and we have these things called appraisals where we have to do certain objectives during the year. I think this is going to be my objective, is to concentrate just on low brass through the year and see what we can take these, get a van, get all the instruments into a school. Look at all these wonderful, beautiful, big instruments, shiny. And Arnav, we'll have to get you over to demonstrate. That's what we'll have to do. And you can say,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Lester, can the International Festival of Low Brass afford to get all you people over to England? Because honestly, young Americans would then encourage, because Americans are cool, aren't they?
it depends.
Oh no, I'll tell you, in the UK, Americans coming over demonstrating brass instruments, young Americans, yeah, that's cool. That would then make it a cool instrument. That's what we need to do. Get a group of low brass Americans coming over to all, yeah.
Yeah, and then feel free to have them check out the organization, and yeah, and if they want to meet some American players, like first of all online, we can knock that too. I mean, and not just Americans, like other players from all across the world.
Well, that's probably the thing to do as well. That's one thing, we never mentioned, is the use of the internet and everything else to ask them to go onto these sites and look on there and look at people playing these things. So that could be something. That's the number 6. That's the number 6, is to go onto the Low Brass Festival and look what's available.
Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for joining us. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Thank you for having me as well. Thank you. And Arno, thank you for
learned a lot.
Your input. Ethan and Andrew, if you're still there, I hope you've got something.
Oh, yeah, they're listening. They're just not talking right now.
Yeah, I know that. When I have meetings at home, I usually stop my video as well.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Feel free to sign off if you want to.
Thank you, Lester.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you a lot. We'll make sure to use all the stuff we discussed on our
Yeah,
end.
I certainly will. It's been very enlightening. Thank you.
And for the audience now, we will now have a word from our sponsors. Or we will be transitioning over to Chris Combest's recital. And that will begin very shortly, any moment now.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Hello, everyone. Kia ora, he tangata kai warawara aho, ko Taranaki te monga, ko Pātia te awa no Taranaki aho, ko Bremna tuku whānau, ko Fraser tuku ingoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. For the 99.9% of the people in this room have absolutely no idea what I just said. I introduced myself in Te Reo Māori, which is the language of our Indigenous people here in New Zealand. It's a very beautiful language. And yeah, my name is Fraser Bremner. I am from Ssshhmute, and I'm based here in New Zealand, right down the bottom of the world. And but yeah, so I'm here today to talk to you and to answer some questions about our amazing Ssshhmute products. So yeah, I'll hand it over to Lester, I think.
Yeah, so the first question we have here are, why should we use a practice mute?
Okay, so why should we use a practice mute? So the reality, one of the perfect examples for this was a little event that happened 3 or 4 years ago called COVID-19, and where a whole lot of countries went into lockdown. And obviously, you know, brass musicians, whether you're a professional musician or a student, or just beginning, you do need to practice at home. And you need to practice. And one of the most annoying things, especially if you live in apartment buildings or houses that are close next to each other, it's a little bit hard to practice your instrument and without a mute, and to not bug the people next door. But but obviously one thing that that practice mutes have, one reason why they're really important is obviously for the fact that they help you to get your instrument warm. At the moment that you that if you go out on stage and you have a you're playing, say, a trumpet or a euphonium or a trombone or a tuba or something like that, the moment that you get out there, you've got a cold instrument, your tuning is going to be off. So to be able to you need to obviously to warm up. And sometimes if you're backstage or on stage or whatever, and you can't make the full noise of an instrument, you need to be able to have something that's going to be able to reduce that sound but still have the same airflow, minimal back pressure that you normally do when you're playing. So
All right, our next question is, what's the difference between a normal mute and a practice mute?
Normal mute and a practice mute. So if by normal mute you mean like a straight mute or a cup mute, those instruments are more to produce a particular sound, that sound quality. Like you have your straight mutes, you have your cup mutes, your Harman mutes, things like that, where they're made to produce a particular sound, a particular tonal quality. Practice mutes, I would say about 90% of the time, practice mutes are there just to reduce the sound, so that you can actually still be able to warm up and play.
So there are 2 questions here that are pretty similar. So I'll just read both of them to you, and you kind of answer it however you want to. Yeah. So one of them is, what makes your product different compared to other practice mutes? And the other one is, some practice mutes affect intonation. Do yours do that?
Okay, so what makes ours different? So I have some of our mutes here. So this is our trumpet mute, our trumpet Ssshhmute. Now, one thing that you will notice for anyone who has or has tried one of our Ssshhmutes, you'll notice at the very bottom, this is on all of them, you'll see that there is a hole at the bottom. You have there's a hole in the bottom, and then inside the mute there is actually a tubing that's inside. What this allows is perfect airflow through the instrument. When you I'll go back to the very beginning. So how this mute actually came to be was the fact that the mute was created by my father, Trevor Bremner, who's a world-renowned cornet and trumpet player. He had placings in the British Open, has played some of the top brass bands in the world. And back in the early 1990s, he wasn't very happy with a lot of the practice mutes that were on the market. So he decided to, the reason why he wasn't happy with them was because of the amount of back pressure that was in the mute. If you have too much back pressure, it affects the intonation, it affects your embouchure, it affects your throat muscles as well. And so he spent, I don't know, probably about 2 or 3 years playing around with designs to come up with his own one. And I actually have here, this here is the very original Ssshhmute that was made in the 1990s. The main cone part of it was actually made out of it's made out of suitcase material, and the bottom part here is made out of solid brass. But you can see the hole in it. It has got the same design that's inside. But yeah, and that leads into the next the next question about back pressure, but because of this airflow system, and it creates that perfect airflow. There is still a minimal amount of back pressure, but on the whole, there's nice perfect airflow through it, which means that it doesn't affect your intonation. It doesn't it doesn't affect your embouchure, but at the same time, the way how it's designed, it also helps to build, it helps to strengthen your throat muscles when you're practicing as well.
And the next one we have here are, what instruments do you offer mutes for?
Okay, so I've got some of them here with me. So obviously I showed you before, this is our trumpet mute. The trumpet mute works for B flat and C trumpets, and also works for B flat and soprano cornets as well. So we have that. We also have, we do piccolo mutes for piccolo trumpets. These tiny little cute ones here. So these obviously work for piccolo trumpets. Then we have this model here. This is the this shape here is compatible with tenor trombones and flugelhorns. We then have this mute here, which is compatible with tenor horns, or I think in some countries they call them alto horns, bass trombones, and also we also do a special, we have 2 French horn models, and I've got the other one with me, but this one here, this design here, is used for a large belled French horn, but they also include inside of it a plastic insert. That means it slightly alters the pitch so that it's the same pitch as when you put your hand in the bell. And then the last one is the medium French horn mute, which, as you can see, is a different shape. It's straight-sided, which is perfect for staying in the bell for a medium-sized, a medium-belled French horn mute. I did see a question pop up asking for a demonstration. I have a bit of bad news, and that is, despite the fact that I work for Ssshhmute and I have a knowledge of brass instruments, I'm not actually a brass player. I'm sorry, but I'm a percussionist. But obviously I work for Ssshhmute, so obviously I can't unfortunately do a demonstration. Sorry.
The next question is, how long did the mute take to design, and what was taken into consideration when designing the mute?
So the process of getting a design, I'm pretty certain that my father, Trevor, he designed the mute. He started designing it in the early 1990s, I think it was. And it wasn't until probably 1995, 1996 that he actually came up with one that he was happy with. Because at the time, Dad, he's an instrument repairer by trade, and there was obviously some quiet periods during his work hours when he was able to spend some time to work on this original mute, and it took him a few years. Obviously, when you're trying to come up with a design that hasn't been made before, it's going to take a long time, especially for someone who's just doing it in the workshop of his store. And it took quite a long time to do it. But so what was the second question? Sorry. Sorry, you're on mute.
I was muted. All right, what considerations were taken into place when designing the mute?
Basically, it was like I mentioned earlier on, is trying to come up with a mute that had minimal back pressure and and to help your intonation have perfect airflow. Because if you go back to the 1990s, like back in the 1990s, there weren't the amount of brands of quality practice mutes that you have today. Like today, there are so many different brands out there that you can choose from. But back then, there were very little. I think back then it was more like you had like Joe Rowell, you had Dennis Wick. I think Bach made some at the time as well, and so you were very very limited to what what mutes you could actually have. So but it was all trying to basically come up with things that haven't been used before in practice mutes, and that's how obviously it came up with this airflow system with the tubing and the hole in the bottom.
So next question is, do you use the same material in all the mutes, or are there types of mutes with different materials?
No, we use the same mute. So one of the reasons that our mute is so popular, apart from the airflow system and the minimal back pressure, is the fact that they're all made out of lightweight ABS plastic. And despite the fact that it's made out of plastic, it is it's lightweight, obviously, but at the same time, it is very hard wearing. I've got an interesting story that I've got a friend in Brisbane who's a trumpet player, and he lives in this apartment building. He's on something like on like the 20th floor of this huge apartment building, and every morning he likes to get up nice and early and sit out on his balcony and practice with his Ssshhmute. And one morning, while he was practicing, he heard some kind of bang down on the car park down at the bottom of his apartment building. So while he was practicing, he leant over the ledge, and as he was looking down, the mute fell out, went all the way down and 20 stories down, and landed on the concrete down in the car park. And he thought, "Oh no, my Ssshhmute's absolutely stuffed now." So he went down, the elevator went down, grabbed it, and sure enough, there was only a tiny little scratch on it. So it fell 20 stories and only came out with a tiny little scratch on it. So it is lightweight, and it's very very hard wearing as well.
So here we have a question that is not related to the mutes, but this person wants to know, what is it like being a percussionist in a brass band versus other settings?
So, sorry, can you say that again? Sorry.
They want to know what is it like being a percussionist in a brass band versus other settings?
There's not really a heck of a lot of difference. I mean, if you're playing at the sort of level that I'm at, like I play for here in New Zealand, I play for Wellington Brass, which is where I'm at the moment. So I'm, like I said earlier on, I'm based in New Plymouth. I'm here in Wellington at the moment, getting ready for the New Zealand Brass Band Championships this coming week down in Dunedin, which is right at the very bottom of New Zealand. And I play for Wellington Brass, which is for the last 4 years been the champion band of New Zealand. And, we play at a very, very high level. And playing in an orchestra, you're expected to play at a very high level as well. The only difference is the style of playing that you get to do. But I'm lucky being orchestrally trained. I'm quite lucky that I play in a brass band where the musical director, who's actually my brother, he's the principal trombone of the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, and because he plays in an orchestra full time, the band end up actually playing a lot of orchestral music. So we do a lot of orchestral repertoire. But I mean, as far as the differences, as far as standards go, it's very, very much the same.
Okay, our next question is, do you plan on creating other types of mutes?
Sorry, you were cutting out there. Sorry.
Does Ssshhmute plan on creating other types of mutes, like other than just practice mutes?
So we predominantly make practice mutes. We do have 2 other mutes that we do, and we only make them for trumpet. I don't have any of them here with me, but they one of them looks very similar to the Ssshhmute, and it's called a whisper mute. And the only difference to it, it's got the exact same design. The only difference to it is the fact that the hole on the bottom is bigger, which means it lets more air out, which means it's a bit louder, which means it's not a practice mute, it's an on-stage quiet mute. In another story is in 2016, the band I play for, Wellington Brass, had the honor they got invited to perform to compete at the 2016 British Open in the United Kingdom, and went over there. And the set test piece for that contest was an amazing piece of music by a composer called Peter Graham. He wrote a piece called The Triumph of Time, and he there's a very, very quiet section in the middle of it where it says written on it cup mutes, but it's written at quadruple piano. And so they had to play really, really quietly. And my parents, they traveled over there to go and see it. And they sat through all 20 performances of this piece, and obviously here's some of the top brass bands in the world playing them, and they counted out of those 20 bands, 11 of them, the cornet section, were all using whisper mutes, and all of the other instruments that we make mutes for, they were all using Ssshhmutes as well. So they had them on stage using in that section. But yeah, so we have the whisper mute, but then we also have another mute, which unfortunately I don't have with me at the moment, but we have another one called a straight mute, and it's obviously a straight mute, but it's spelled differently. It's SSHH and then trait afterwards. So a straight mute, and it's our version of a straight mute, which is the same, again, made out of the same ABS plastic. It's got a closed off end on the bottom, and then it's just got 3 bits of cork on there. The benefit of this of our straight mute is the fact is that because it's made out of the same ABS plastic that all of our mutes are made out of, you can play a lot quieter than a lot of the mutes that are made out of metal products like aluminium and things like that. You can still play loud and get that really iconic straight mute sound, but yeah, it just means you can play a bit quieter and a lot more delicate with it.
Okay. Our next question is that one of the main uses of mutes is them falling and getting broken and denting. So how do you guys prevent this, and how do you guys keep your
I'm really, really sorry, but you're cutting out there. Sorry.
Wait. Okay. I believe what he said is that a concern with mutes a lot of the time is dents and like damage to the mute from like certain types of use. So is there anything in there that can prevent it?
With other mutes, unfortunately there isn't, because like I mentioned, excuse me, a lot of the other mutes that you have on the market, they are made out of things like aluminium and metal. If you drop those mutes, and because they're such thin metal, you drop them, you get a dent in it. Unfortunately, there's no way of fixing it. But like I mentioned earlier on, our mutes, because they're made out of ABS plastic and they're very, very firm, it's the only way really, like, well, for starters, you won't get dents in these. You might get a scratch, you might get a little chip out of it if you drop it from a huge distance. The only way really that you're going to get a dent or a major crack in it is if you run over it with a car, basically. But other than that, yeah, you won't have that problem with these.
So the next question here is, would you all ever consider creating mutes where the holes are adjustable?
No, because unfortunately, with our mutes, we have had this question quite a bit. The moment that you change the size of the hole and the size of the tubing inside it, it affects the tuning. So all of our mutes are the tubing and the holes are specific to those instruments, so that you make sure that you actually have the perfect tuning for the amount of air that's going through it. Like I said, the moment that you start playing around with the size of the hole and the length of the tubing inside the mute, it starts throwing the tuning out.
So another person asked what would be the best place to buy them?
It's a good question. So for starters, they're available from our website, which is www.ssshhmute.com. There's that, and if you order from our website this coming week, if you order our mutes, it's going to be a little bit slow getting out. It's only because all three of us that work at Ssshhmute are all away getting ready for the New Zealand Brass Band Championships. So we're kind of closed up for the week, but we'll be back this week, a week from now. But after that, if you order a mute, because we send our products using DHL Express, you'd have them within a week to a week and a half, depending on where you are in the world. So there's that. But as well as that, we have distributors all around the world. And lots of obviously means that they're pushing out to a lot of dealers. So there's lots of stores, lots of distributors around the world selling it. But if you can't find a place to buy it from, you can get it from our website again, which is www.ssshhmute.com.
So here's another question: are there any considerations musicians should keep in mind when choosing a practice mute for their instrument? So does like the instrument model affect it a bit?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
So like the question basically means, like, does having a different type of instrument model affect what type of practice mute you should go with?
Not really, only because like we, as far as our mutes go, we make them for the instrument. So they we have a trumpet mute, which is compatible for most trumpets and cornets. We have a piccolo trumpet, tenor trombone, bass trombone, French horn, flugelhorn, tenor horn. So we it's as far as our range goes, it's really you pick for the instrument.
The next one here is, will you ever have euphonium and tuba mutes?
We are currently working on a euphonium prototype at the moment. It's been a long time coming with it. We're hopefully coming up with a design. Well, that what we're trying to work on is coming up with. We did have a successful euphonium prototype, but we're trying to come up with a design at the moment so that with the different seal placement, so obviously the cork seal on it, with the different cork seal placement, it will be a mute that you can use for both euphonium and also for baritone horn as well. So so just keep an eye on our website and also on our social media pages for more updates on that. As far as tuba mutes, at the moment, we're not planning to do tuba mutes because the main reason is we're only a tiny little company in New Plymouth in New Zealand, and with the amount of different tuba bell sizes and everything like that, it's a little bit hard for us to do at the moment. But there is the potential that further down the line we will. But at the moment, our main focus at the moment is currently on working on a baritone / euphonium mute.
Next question is, how long do these mutes typically last?
To give you an idea of that, yesterday when I was in rehearsals with Wellington Brass for the New Zealand Brass Band Championships, I was talking to a cornet player that was in the band, and he has one of our very first models that came out in the late 1990s, and he is still using it. And it is still in perfect condition. The only difference with it is that the cork sealage had worn out. It's with the amount of moisture that goes on them, and pushing it into the instrument, taking it out, putting it in, taking it out. The seal is going to wear out. But that's the only difference, is that he's had 2 or 3 replacement seals on them. And if you do have a Ssshhmute, you can actually also get we sell the replacement seals from our website as well. So, but yeah, he's had the same mute, and it is in perfect condition. He's had it since the late 1990s. So they do last a long time. It's the same with anything. If you look after it, it'll last a long time. But people do. There's typical wear and tear. People drop them. People step on them, things like that. But they all do stay because of the firmness of the ABS plastic. It will last a long time.
Yeah. So we have a couple more questions before the time is up. So first of all, are there any educational resources or guides available to help musicians optimize their practice sessions while using your practice mutes?
the best place I can direct you to for that is actually going and looking online with the stuff that Conselma put up. Conselma, they are obviously a huge company. They create their own instruments. They make Bach and King and Con and Selma and drum gear like Ludwig and percussion gear like Musa. They're a huge company, but they're actually our US distributor for our mutes. And through the education department, they have a huge amount of educational resources. You can contact them through their website and they can organize to get some education resources out for you. But as well as that, if you look on their social media, go to their Facebook, their Instagram, their YouTube channel, there's a lot of educational resources put out through there.
Okay, so the last question we have time for are what colors do you offer?
So originally our mutes were color coded to what instruments they were for. Originally we had all the trumpet based mutes, so the trumpet mute and the piccolo trumpet mute, they all had yellow caps, which is the bottom bits here. All the trombone mutes had red caps, and all the horn based mutes had blue caps. As of basically give or take exactly a year ago, we introduced other colors. So now you can get any of our Ssshhmutes with a cap of your color of your choosing, and you can choose from black, white, yellow, red, blue, pink, purple, green, and orange. And like I said, I've got some in here. So this is our the bass trombone mute with the pink cap. There's the piccolo trumpet with the orange cap. There's our trumpet mute with a green cap. There's our tenor trombone with a purple cap. And this is our medium French horn mute with a black cap. So you can get any of those plus the yellow, the white, yellow, white, red, and blue and white. Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty much all the questions we have time for. Thank you so much for joining us today at the International Low Brass Festival. And then before you leave, again, repeat where people can check out your products.
So you can, first and foremost, you can get them from our website, www.ssshhmute.com, which is SSHHMUTE.com. And like I said, also, we have lots of distributors overseas that get them out to a lot of dealers. But if you get out to a particular dealer and you cannot find our Ssshhmutes, again, you can go to our website, www.ssshmute.com.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks very much.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program. Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
Hello, everyone. We are about to go to the last performance of day 2 of the International Low Brass Festival. So now we have Adam Frey, who performed in a masterclass yesterday, and now he will present in a recital. Adam Frey, he is an artist who travels all over the world, presenting many different solo works, 2 of them, which you will see here now. In addition, he conducts the University of North Georgia Low Brass Collective, which was shown yesterday. In addition, he gives many master classes, which was also shown in yesterday's festival. Feel free to watch back on that on our YouTube channel as well. Without further ado, here's a recital. Thank you to everyone for coming to day 2 of the International Low Brass Festival. This marks the end of today's stream. So please come to day 3. Tomorrow we will begin at 8 a.m. US Pacific time. And tomorrow's stream will be significantly longer than the first 2 days, with significantly more artists and live sessions as well. And if you're interested in joining any of Low Brass Network's programs, remember to join us at lowbrassnetwork.org/join. And you could fill in the interest form at tinyurl.com/lbninterest. Again, tinyurl.com/lbninterest.